And we did all of our run-around loot collection last time. So now we just literally just have to... Hit.
Did I startle you somehow?
I accidentally opened up the calendar on my computer trying to move the Twitch screen down into the bottom corner so I can keep an eye on my bitrate.
Right.
Because the OBS bitrate doesn't really matter, I've found, if it doesn't match up with the Twitch bitrate.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, the Twitch bitrate is the one that actually determines whether or not you're live.
Oh yes, of course. But I didn't realise that... I mean, those two obviously should always be the same. I didn't realise that there was a tendency for them to deviate.
Not a tendency, but I keep an eye on my... I've been keeping an eye on the bitrate since I realized that bitrate issues could cause my stream to crash.
Mm-hmm. In what way?
Part of the reason... as I was saying, that's part of the reason I started streaming with the laptop open to begin with, even though I didn't have OBS until recently. I've noticed that if my bit... So, you know how when you're looking at Twitch, the bitrate is a line and it's usually green?
Yes.
If that line gets red, then the stream itself gets choppy.
Yep.
And if it gets if it spends too long choppy, I've had it just completely disconnect on me.
Yep. So all that is Twitch on their end is keeping an eye on your connection, because of course they constantly need to be consuming the stuff you're uploading to send it to everyone else. And if they start noticing problems, then the graphic they're sending back to you, they just decide, okay, we'll put it in red. And then there's like a cooldown on that. Like if it fixes itself, it stays red for so many minutes.
Yeah, I still prefer to keep an eye on that though, because
Yeah.
I'd rather know if something's wrong.
Mm-hmm. Do we have any more arenas to do? Forgotten how I check if we've done them.
Can you send me a shared chat invite?
Haven't done that. Thank you. Let me do that now.
I've done it a couple of times, but...
Nope, that's on me. I completely forgot. Oops. That's not the button. There it is. Invite guests. Even the Raven. What was I thinking? Yeah, every time the setup gets a bit more complicated, the probability that I'll forget something increases.
That's just everybody.
At some point I need to go through all this again. Like when I first started streaming, I actually put together a little checklist, like these are all the things you have to do. And then I would go down the checklist every time I went live. But then it just reached a point where I had it all memorised and I didn't need to do it. But then, over years, like every now and again another step gets added, and so I kind of need to go back and do another checklist. Or
Are there any steps you can cut or combine?
Not really. The one thing I have been thinking about is, can I automate some of the steps? Like just have a script. Like if I have to open up half a dozen applications, can I just... Well, I know I can. I could just write a script that launches them all in one go. And then it's less likely that I'll forget, you know, I'll forget one particular application, which has happened before, which is a good point. Did I remember to start Firebot and connect it? I remember to start Firebox, but Firebot, I forgot to connect it. There we go. Rightio. Rowdy!
Okay, I'm interested in hearing Rowdy's news.
You can't hear? I I don't see any problem on my end.
I think Rowdy might be on,
Oh.
mute.
Right.
Oh, well done, Rowdy. Let's type that in the chat.
Yes, well done. Let me find chat.
While you're doing that, I'm going to do my intro. Hello, everyone, and happy time zones. It's your bird, Haven the Raven, and welcome back to mine and Magnifico's playthrough of Darksiders Genesis. We are going to be going through and actually progressing the story at this point. Well, actually, we have 2 arenas if Magnifico wants to do those. 2 arenas that I at least am, like, double the strength for. So.
Oh, you're right.
Rowdy can hear now. Yeah, I was pretty sure you were on mute.
Eden's Misery and Ground and Sky. Shall we do one of those?
We can do both of those, I think, because, like I said, I'm not sure we have too much more in the way of...
Oh, ads.
No, entry ads. Fair enough, fair enough.
Maybe I need to reintroduce having some sort of intro. I got rid of it because I was because I was so used to people disappearing. Like I'd have viewers that would just disappear during the intro, like they'd turn up and then go within the first minute of the stream or what have you, and so I got rid of the intro. But
I have
now
that too, but with the ads, it just makes more sense.
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to stop what I'm doing in the middle just because an ad break happens. But it's not, since I pretty much start my stream with an ad, it doesn't feel fair to just get right into it that way.
Yeah. But what's
I'm not
annoying
really
is I have it set up on Twitch so that Twitch can manage the ads, which is supposed to disable pre-roll ads. And yet whenever I start a stream, the pre-roll ads are enabled again. It's so irritating. The pre-roll ads are disabled when or after an ad break occurs. Yeah, I know, but the way that they phrase it in the UI, they make it sound like, oh, you let us manage the ads and we will get rid of pre-roll ads for you. Which seems like a fair deal. Well, I say fair deal, it is not really. I mean, but you know, it's a deal, and that's not what they actually do, as you say. You start a stream up and they start showing pre-roll ads again because there hasn't been an ad for a while. You can't run ads before you start the stream, can you? No, I don't think you can.
I've tried it, I have no idea if it actually works. Like, I hit the button once as a lark.
Well, that's what we're saying, Rowdy. That doesn't actually disable pre-roll ads at the start of a stream. The way they have it written in the UI, it sounds like it would. The UI's... I've forgotten the exact wording they use, but it essentially says, if you let us manage your ads, then you won't get pre-roll ads. But that's not true. You do get pre-roll ads at the start of the stream. What they've actually done is they make it so pre-roll ads are disabled for so many minutes after an ad break has taken place. And they do count time between streams. So even though they have full control over when the ad breaks take place, they still show ads at the start of the stream. Because the rationale is that, well, there hasn't been an ad break in the last, you know, hour or whatever it is. The only problem is that, as I say, it's deceptive because that's inconsistent with what their own UI says. It's not that the logic they're using is necessarily bad in itself, it's just they said they would do one thing and then they do another. No one has mentioned pre-rolls on my streams. Well, I don't know then. It's possible that people that turn up at the start of the stream just don't mention it.
Yeah.
I'm surviving. I had some nightmares last night about the events that traumatized me, and it's not been the best mental health day coming off of that.
I just went through the floor.
That's less than ideal.
Yeah, considering I took fall damage.
It is what it is. But thank you, Rowdy. I appreciate that. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Rowdy. Do you want to talk about it?
Oh no.
If you don't want to, that's fine.
How did I go through I went through the floor twice in one arena match. 3 times.
What just fully healed me? I mean, fantastic, but...
Okay then.
Okay, Rowdy. I won't be able to look at that until after I've streamed, I don't think, but feel free to DM me. I mean, this is true for everybody. If you want to speak, if you want someone to talk to at all, you're always welcome to talk to me. I'm not always the fastest to reply, but I'll read everything you say and respond when I can. I'm a tad frustrated with DS at the moment, but I'm still going after Dragon Enemy. I'm not Jake with quitting for days or weeks at a time. Survivors said it's okay to take breaks.
Yeah, sometimes you need to take a break.
Well, the question is, are you still motivated? Even if you're frustrated, do you feel like coming back and keep going? Because if so, then you may as well keep going.
What are you?
I am very motivated. How's the weather where you two are?
Oh dear. Ah, I managed to escape the falling into the depths.
For the 3rd time.
Yes.
5th? Why not?
Yeah, I figured out what the cause was.
Interesting.
It's the execution maneuvers on the Inferno Angels.
Oh.
Yeah, because the Inferno Angels are actually supposed to be higher up on the when they're flying.
Right.
If you use the execution on them and they're down low, it automatically sets your position below where the ground is.
I see. And nobody noticed this apparently.
Apparently, I managed to escape it that last time by double jumping as soon as...
I did find a door to lead me to Dragon Boy a bit back, but finding the door as opposed to sliding down the waterfall, I prefer the waterfall sliding.
Fair enough. Did you remember to go down the right side of the water? Or sorry,
Oh,
left
I
side
need
of
to
the
disable that that notification.
Disable what?
I've still got Nightbot saying about the fundraiser donations. Not, I mean, hey, if you'd like to donate to charity.
Yeah, that's fair. Goes to the wall, you die horribly. Yep, essentially.
Like for like.
Then you still can. But I had intended to disable that. Since I'm no longer doing the event right now.
Yeah, it's left side. I said the wrong thing because I get my lefts and rights mixed up occasionally.
So do I.
The problem is the hands, actually.
Although the YTVD said left side, not right side. When I go, I go. Do the L with your hands, Avon. I've just scurried past the big rat. Yeah, the mnemonic I use is I've just sort of memorised which hand is my right hand. Obviously it's my dominant hand, and so if I get confused I just think, hang on, which hand? This hand, right, so it's that way.
This is going to sound really weird, but despite being right-handed, I'm actually better at things like tennis or badminton with my left.
That's not that uncommon. I remember when I was at school, maybe it's different in the US, but I remember trying to do things with my left hand and then being corrected and having someone, you know, tell me, no, having a teacher tell me, no, you use your right hand for this. And I've heard the same thing from like left-handed people, that apparently quite a lot of left-handed people that are like strongly left-handed, because it does vary. Some people are ambidextrous and can use either hand, and some people, you know, are left or right-handed but not so strongly. I've heard some more strongly left-handed people say that, you know, oh, they were told to use their right hand at school, and then they, as a result, they struggled all their life until they suddenly figured out they were left-handed. Anyway, the point I'm circling around here is the fact that people seem to be very heavily encouraged to use their right hand, and so that's often the reason why people, there is such a thing as being biologically right-handed or left-handed, but often it gets exaggerated by the way we're raised, and so when people do end up actually using the other hand quite a bit, so it's not uncommon that they find out, oh no, actually I am quite good with it, or I am better with this.
I cannot write with my left hand.
Mm-hmm.
Aside from that, well, write or draw. But aside from writing and drawing, I can do anything with my left hand that I can do with my right.
My suspicion is that I'm quite mildly right-handed. I suspect with practice I could do most things with my left hand equally well, or almost as well. But I tend not to. I have no reason to practice a great deal with my left hand.
Well, the only reason I know that I'm better with a racket with my left hand is because I got bored during gym class when we were doing badminton and decided to dual wield rackets, and nobody stopped me.
I see.
And for some reason I was better with my left hand. Like literally nobody stopped me, they just went whatever.
It's interesting that you feel it's the role of other people to stop you. Well, they didn't stop me.
When it comes to...
When it comes to me, they should know better.
Well,
that thing
in this case, in the case of the rackets specifically, we were doing a class-wide tournament, which is why I said nobody stopped me.
Mm-hmm.
You'd think that at least the gym teacher would be like, no, that's a bad idea, don't do that.
What an innovative style.
Like, everybody just left it alone.
That thing, the thing is, that rat is very scary. The YouTube person killed the rat. I thought, how? They're running all around the place like nothing. I thought, how did you defeat that giant rat? Here in the States, left-handed people are forced into utilizing their right hand because everything's heavily for right-handed folks. Yeah, I think it's getting a bit better in the UK, but I think there's also quite a lot of like historic inertia.
I was born and raised in New York. I was just also the weird kid, so.
Interesting. You make it sound like that's almost a staple that we should all be familiar with. You know, as if every class has one.
Well, not every class does, but...
But I was proud to be my classes.
Not necessarily. I just sort of did my own thing and found the vast majority of what the rest of my classmates found interesting to be less than or not something that I'd actually want to do.
Yeah. That sounds familiar. Furthermore, everything is primarily right-handed, not left-handed. Avon, where in the States are you located, if you don't mind sharing? Okay, I'm from NYC, but relocated to Illinois. Cost of living is much cheaper here, except for taxes.
Your corruption has ceased.
I am still living with my parents, so... It's just bad everywhere, cost of living. What I hear. I have looked around.
It is only down. Pay the price. It is only down. This is the end.
Alright, I really need to stop.
And I'm down. Yeah, this one's really hard.
Well, I keep hitting the executions on the angels. And so I keep going into the ground.
I'm just bad. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it.
You have damned us all. You have damned us all.
I know to enter Blighttown there is a huge steel door when going for Dragon Boy at the beginning, but Yema told me Blighttown is not quite some time after Dragon Boy. If you're talking about the Gaping Dragon, I thought Blighttown was fairly shortly after that.
Yeah, Blighttown is like literally down the hallway.
Yeah.
You might be thinking of lower Blighttown specifically.
Yes, a huge steel door.
Yeah, that's literally like down the hall from where you first enter the Gaping Dragon.
Yeah. We survived!
Huzzah!
Quite so, quite so. Am I?
Did you... Is it not letting you leave?
No, sorry. I was trying to figure out how this rewards menu works again. I've got
fair
it.
Enough, fair enough.
Advised for crypt, my weapons need to be magic.
For crypt, if you want to do the most damage, you want a divine weapon specifically, because there are necromancer enemies that will continually raise skeletons.
This is a want.
So you're...
You don't need a divine weapon, but it would make things a bit easier.
Yeah, I recommend divine to new players, honestly, just because it's less to deal with.
You return. My story.
And I now have Vessel of the Undying.
Make yourself welcome. Just a few
Huzzah.
more souls.
Oh, maybe it was Vessel of the Undying that saved me.
Please,
Oh, did you buy it
take your
already?
time.
Yep.
Many great things for so few souls.
Yeah, Vessel of the Undying
Yes.
is nice.
Let's deal. Coins are everywhere. Keep
have
your
you been
eyes
messing
up.
around? Have you messed around with creature cores like at all?
I mean, I've been equipping them.
Okay.
So many souls, so few.
I wouldn't be this level if I hadn't.
Certainly money.
That's fair,
Kill
that's fair.
plenty. We both profit.
I just noticed... Yeah, it says that you have 778 power, whereas I have 953. I'm trying to figure out why the difference.
No need to rush.
It actually could also be because of these.
Only the best for you boys.
Because with the exception of Harpoon Tackle, or well, Harpoon Tackle 2, I've gotten everything from her.
Yeah, I don't think I've shopped at Deese's for a while.
Fair enough.
Uh,
It's not really as necessary for Strife. I was just trying to figure out where the disparity between
the Maelstrom?
power was coming from. Yeah, Maelstrom is what we're...
Yeah, you say those skeletons are horrid. They get worse. You think they're bad now.
There's a reason I mostly skip the catacombs.
Thank you for showing me that skip.
You are welcome. I had to do... I didn't know about the first jump until I saw you do it, but...
Oh, interesting.
Horseman.
Interesting.
So we both had half the skip then, and we taught each other the other half.
Yeah. That was... Aside from that, it was... that first jump. That was the route I used to get to Pinwheel when I had to do... Or when I was doing Build of the Child.
It's so much faster now.
Bottomless box is your
Dagon
inventory.
Stormcaller cowers
At the bonfire.
behind his
It's your
banner.
bonfire's inventory.
His shaman roam these grounds using foul magic to keep it sealed. Find them and break the seal.
Who's Dagon again? I've forgotten.
Dagon is the one that is... that's the one that's been corrupting Eden even further.
Ah,
Magic will not save this Stormcaller from his fate.
I've not acquired that yet. Your inventory?
The bottomless box. I completely forgot about this level. I'm pretty sure that this one is structured kind of
This must be the
circular,
barrier Abaddon spoke
and
of.
that we keep
Let's
coming
find
back
those
here.
some
and ask them nicely to take it down.
So break the 3 seals, go through, have a friendly chat with Dagon. Something profit.
Friendly chat is certainly one way to put it. There we go. Ah!
I know he sells crystal weapons, but you cannot repair those.
Yeah, no, crystal weapons. Ah!
Oh no, where did my Avon go?
I fell down. And I think I gotta get back up because there was something up there.
This does seem a little excessively dark. Oh, hang on, I just realised something. I haven't turned the dynamic lighting on for Philby.
Aha! There is a trickster key.
Isn't it?
You're gonna want to follow me.
Ah, but the dynamic lighting's not going to work with the HDMI input. Interesting. I mean, I could make it work, but then I'd
Hello?
forget to put it back to Skyrim.
But over here, we go back up on top of this.
Yes.
And then you just
Oops.
follow. You want to get back up onto the rock that I'm on right now.
I'll do my best. I can't help but notice that they call themselves the Stormcaller and that there is a lot of thunder and lightning about. Aha!
Missed.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was on purpose.
Sorry.
Yeah, nope. You are fine.
Something tells me war is not very forgiving towards those that make mistakes.
You'd be surprised, actually. There's a pretty big thing he forgives someone for in the first game.
You are judged!
You made a mistake! You got my order wrong!
Oh man, imagining any of the horsemen at a fast food joint or something like that is hilarious.
I've got to be joking. I actually managed it and then lightning pushed me off.
Oh, yeah. I feel like Strife would be the only one that would be able to functionally order food. Jump up here. Go for it.
Thank you.
Ah! Guess I'll do this then.
Where to from here? No, game.
A shaman. Not for long.
I beckon.
Should I go to where you are?
Oh, I found a shaman.
For the balance.
Yay!
Wasn't bottomless boss or box at Andre?
I think so. I need, when they break, they break. I need to put uppy beverage in fridge and grab regular beverage anyway. Uppy beverage? What's an uppy beverage? The film that turned the phrase "come back a star" is a classic line in 42nd Street. I've had some can hear again. So does that guy that sells crystal weapons, does he have the bottomless box? Someone told me I get that post second bell ring.
Okay, what is this?
Oh, your energy drinks, I see.
These lightning sconces are some kind of puzzle.
Mm-hmm. Do we solve them with violence?
Possibly. But I'm... Huh. Hang on, let's go back to the old other one.
If Darksiders Genesis has taught me anything, it's that all life's problems can be solved with the liberal use of violence. Liberal application.
I wasn't gonna try hitting it, but let's try hitting the, Or actually, hold up.
Oh no, I have to restart my PC after I download my updates. Oh no. Yeah, that's suboptimal. Oh, will you be streaming today, Rowdy? It is okay.
I am stuck.
That does look suboptimal. Doesn't the game tend to be fairly good about that, resetting you after a certain amount of time?
If you're in free fall.
Right. I'm trying to think if
There we
any...
go.
Oh, how'd you do it?
I swapped what I was using and just played around with something that made my hitbox too big for the rock.
Very clever. Yes, at 5 PM your time. I'll return after my PC reboots.
Fair enough, fair enough.
It's only 20 minutes time.
Okay. Yep, it is violence. Very specific application of violence.
Yes, yes. Well, fortunately, we have two gentlemen here with PhDs in violence. Oh, hello there. The area is so dark. I genuinely can't see the enemies. I'm just having to like look at where the health bars are.
I can see them, but they are essentially moving shadows.
Oh, is this basically just a sconce puzzle, but this time with lightning?
Yeah. What's messed me up about this was that
Welcome back, Rowdy.
Oh dear. Welcome back, welcome back. I'm just glad that this one doesn't appear to have a time limit.
Yeah.
What messed me up with this one was that I couldn't initially target the first boss.
Drivers need updating. Wonderful news.
Are they done needing updating now? Is there another sconce around here? Yes, there is. And it's this. What do you do? All that for a boatman's coin. Or, oh, no. Conqueror's full health stone. Ooh. Okay, yeah. Worth it, worth it. I was about to say, if all of that was for a boatman's coin, why was I doing it?
Because you like that filthy, filthy lucre. Did Mammon teach you nothing?
Alright,
Ooh.
that gives us a view of all the loot in the area.
Ow! They're not friendly here.
Let's swap back to my preferred one.
I wouldn't mind a storm.
The shaman literally missed me when I was standing right in front of him.
Well, the number of times I've missed enemies that are right in front of me,
Another dead shaman.
I feel like I should. I'm not sure I would want to be the first one to cast a stone.
I make fun of myself when it happens too. Oh, like yesterday, I got to Vale.
Ooh,
And
Bail the Dread.
in catch flame only. And Bale's hitboxes are well, Bale and the Ancient Dragon leading up to them have such wonky hitboxes that some of my attacks miss despite looking like they connect.
Ah. What, it like went through the center of his head?
Not the head, the feet, typically.
I see.
But I have missed the head when it looked like I needed it. Oh,
So you,
also I beat
so you
Cons-
fell
I
for
beat
the
Cons-
old fake dragon feet trick.
fake dragon feet?
Yep. Dragons are notorious for it.
Fair enough.
They don't share their real feet with just anyone, you know.
Yeah, I pivoted into Midra after that.
Wait, is that Lord of the Frenzy?
Yeah.
Oh, I really didn't like that one. Oh, that was horrible.
I actually like the Midra fight. And I keep getting him down to like half.
I need to prep for going after Dragon Boy now. Okie dokie.
Fair enough, fair enough. Have an excellent day, Rod.
Yes. Please do. And I hope this stream goes very, very well.
There's a lot of money in here. Ah!
I hope your viewers hit 4 digits.
Oh my, oh my, oh my. Well then. You can come in here.
I think it's quite a busy space.
I'm looking at the map and I got everything.
Yeah, I got
So
everything.
But yeah, yesterday was kind of weird as far as my progress goes. Because I spent about an hour on Consort,
Okay.
then pivoted into Midra, then I went back to Consort, beat Consort, or sorry, not pivoted into Midra, I pivoted into Matter, beat Matter, then I went back to Consort, beat Consort, and then spent the rest of the stream
Very nice.
on the Veil Thing.
You must have been happy to get Consort done.
Yeah, I was smart and left myself some bosses that I actually like, so that if I need, when I was at my wit's end with Consort, I could just go do one of that. And for some reason, Consort took me less time than Moog did.
Huh.
For some reason. I'm pretty sure I know the exact reason for that one. But it doesn't make it sting any less. I'm glad he didn't take all that long to transfer things.
Where am I
But at
going
the
when I'm
same
launched
time-
into the air?
I think you're going up on top of the ledge to, or the right next to us. Oh, Fairway! Hello!
It's happy to see you, Fairway. Which ledge? Like the way we came?
Yes, but also no. The one that's like, the one that I'm facing.
Okay, I tried to go there but didn't have much success. Let's try again.
No, okay. Is there any other ledge you can land on that's relatively nearby?
Oh no.
Oh no, are you stuck? Try using stretch shadow clones.
What now?
That would be, try using Strife's square wrath ability. You hold the left top trigger and then hit the square button. Try face. No.
How are you, Fairway?
That didn't work.
I think this is
Can
my
you call
life
your
now.
Can you call your horse?
Oh, that's a good idea.
I'm trying something slightly unconventional. Seeing if I can't help you.
Finished.
How do I call my horse again? Oh, thank you.
That was the
Like I
last
said,
of them.
slightly
The
unconventional.
barrier is broken.
Did that get you out?
No.
Damn.
Yeah, what's the button to summon my horse?
It was both top triggers at the same time.
Yeah, I had a bad feeling that was the case.
Okay, if that doesn't work, then try your alternate form. Really, that doesn't work.
Looks like the tree is the ultimate boss here. So
Yeah,
it's
I'm
lovely to
looking
see you,
for the-
Pineapple Incorporation. How are you?
Hello, Pineapple. Nice to meet you. Doesn't need to spark.
What about Ether Spark?
I was looking for the summoning stones to see if I couldn't call you to me that way.
Mm-hmm. What are my options here? Abandoned mission or main menu? Yeah, that's not ideal.
Nope. I can access the shops.
Mm-hmm. Sorry about this, everyone. Spot a bother.
Nope.
How is
Actually,
everyone
hold
doing
on.
today? And how's the weather?
One more idea. I have one more idea, because it's easier to mess with War's hitboxes than with Strike's.
Oh, you want us to swap characters?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can try that.
Where am I? How did I end up all the way over here?
Doing good, doing good. How's the game going for both of you? Ignoring the not so irritable glitch. I'd say it's a fairly irritable glitch.
Okay.
Let me out.
You have Vortex, because Vortex is how I managed to mess with my head.
Vorpal Blade goes to Tremor Gauntlet.
It would be a upgrade, and then you'd hold triangle.
Hold triangle.
You swap blades the same way you swap ammo types.
Right. Oh, Vortex. Got it. Like this. It's not looking good, is it?
Actually, let's see if we can't jailbreak this by just like spamming swap.
Someone should create an armor out of that tree. It seems to be pretty sturdy.
No joke. It's not even a tree. It looks like he's actually in the rock itself.
No one can hurt me here.
Okay, that's not working. Do you have your war one charged up?
What, the ultimate? No.
Yeah. Okay.
I think
Okay.
we may be easier if we just restart, as much of a nuisance as that is.
Actually, one more thing. Try.
Okay.
Oh dear. Go back to. Oh dear. I had the wrong button there. So undo this and go into your jump and then use the tremor gauntlet.
Right. Hang on. I'm stuck. I'm free falling. That's good, right?
Yep, that's good.
Yay! We're free!
Alright, and now you just have to make your way back over to me. So, or unless you want me to try being the one to, or unless you want me to be the one to do the jump.
Hello there.
Hello. Okay. Yeah, it's a lot easier to get yourself to get out of the map and into the free fall stage in War.
Ah, I'm going this way. But then where? Oh, that over there? Oh dear.
Just follow wherever it takes you.
Launch me, Avon. Launch me.
Ah, you fell.
Yes. Wait. Hang on. I must have missed another or something. That didn't seem to... I was following the things and then I just fell. Whee! Wait. There's something up there.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff up here. I think you need to put a portal though, so that I can go too. Or maybe throw a portal so it passes.
Ha ha ha. I think we're in business. Portal's down.
Alright, let me...
Welcome, welcome.
You. Ah!
Deary me.
Okay. Oh dear. I know how to get up there, I just missed.
I don't understand the physics of us getting higher each time. That doesn't make sense. Where's the extra momentum coming from?
You can speed up the momentum gain by doing the ground slam.
I forgot about that, but I was thinking more in terms of when you just like
Not like there's anything left.
just hang there and you go up and down, you keep going higher each time. Well, if you only have enough momentum to take you 5 feet in the air, then when you go down and back through the portal on the other side, you should still only have enough momentum to take you 5 feet in the air. In fact, due to air resistance, you should be getting lower each time, as opposed to higher.
I don't think physics was actually on
The Council will not stand for surrendering Eden to demons, even if it is a ruin.
Either way, guess there's no undoing what we did.
We've put the past behind us, brother. We forge our own futures now. Eden will never be restored, but let it be a reminder.
A reminder of what? Our failures?
Of how far we've come. Of all that we still will achieve. You claim to ask why. The answer is simple. We must be better.
Why are they putting all the blame on themselves? Wasn't Eden ordered to be destroyed? And if they hadn't... And I'm pretty sure War is still on board with doing whatever the council says. And even if he wasn't, If they hadn't done it, someone else would have.
Eden was initially the home of humankind.
Yeah, but why do they think
And
that
then the Nephilim came in because they had no homeworld of their own. Remember, they were artificial. They were created by Lilith.
Yep.
Lilith created them as an experiment, and it just kind of snowballed from there. The Nephilim tried to take Eden as their own. The horsemen disagreed with that. They, each for their own reasons, turned against the Nephilim and were ordered to slaughter them all.
So then why is War talking about a reminder of their failure? What have they done?
They failed to stop their brethren from committing atrocities and from having atrocities committed against them. They failed to steer them on a better path.
But were they leaders to begin with?
Death was. I don't know about the other three,
for
but
a
Death
big
was.
tough guy, you can be pretty insightful.
Where to now?
Okay, there was actually an ether spark thing over here.
Face judgment.
I genuinely don't know about the other three, but the first born Nephilim, first generation, were, I believe, canonically at the head of everything. And Death was one of that first generation.
Still don't see then why War and Strife seem to be blaming themselves.
Is grief ever rational?
But they do seem to be rationalising it. This doesn't seem to be abstract grief. They do seem to be rationalising all this and trying to make sense of it. And yet the arguments they're making don't seem to make sense.
I see it more as them trying to rationalize it and in some cases failing.
Oh dear.
And there's also the fact that the Nephilim...
But I mean, you can't be better in general. Like you said, a reminder to be better. Right, in what way, concretely?
Not sure even they know. One of the big themes of the Darksiders games... Oh, here.
Everything alright?
Yeah. Yeah, I just almost didn't make it onto the platform. One of the general themes of the Darksiders games is that none of them are perfect characters.
Oh,
They all
I'm
have
sure.
flaws. Like,
But
there's
what I'm saying is what they're saying doesn't seem to make sense, not without significant additional context that we don't seem to have. Like, I could understand saying, like, I know this wasn't my fault, but I still feel really, really bad about this. But that's not what they're saying. Like, when you say, oh, this is a reminder to be better, well, better in what way? How specifically do you feel you failed? It's an intellectual argument. It's not coming from it may be inspired by emotion, but it's not an emotional argument. So I'm just having difficulty figuring out where this
you're
is supposed
fine.
to be going.
Ether Spark is annoying.
It might be the dark, or it might just be my own stupidity, but I cannot. I can more or less navigate the maze. I just don't know where this is supposed to be going. Oops.
My guess would be somewhere behind the pillar.
Okay.
Because from what I can glean from... Oh. I'm just kind of jumping around. Oh, dear.
Oops.
much. Except for potentially behind the pillar. After this, we'll have a couple chests and 3 boatman's coins that I have not collected.
Well, hey! Oops. Oh my goodness.
Unless there's like an... Actually, no, there's not an additional floor. This is just a 1-floor board.
The dark is definitely not helping.
You want me to give it a shot?
Yeah, I may, there's one area I want to check, if I can actually navigate there. But then I might swap characters if I still can't find it.
Okay.
I keep crashing at the same point because I'm struggling with the like depth perception. I struggle with the depth perception at the best of times, but especially in the dark.
That's fair.
I got further than I have before there. I still don't know if that's the right way though. It's probably the right way just because of how far away it was getting. It would be very cruel for the devs to have put in like a really long path that leads nowhere.
I think they do that eventually. Just because Ether Spark is meant to be one of those high skill things.
I'm not sure I'd call it skill.
Might not be the right word. But there's a reason it's the last upgrade we get.
Oh my goodness. Deary me. Come on, focus. You can do this. Over here. Over here. To the right. Through here. Don't crash. Don't crash. Through here. Round there. Round there. Round there. Okay, that just seemed to go nowhere. I'm swapping.
Okay.
There we go. Good luck. You'll probably find it immediately. It's probably right in front of me.
Oh.
So how's everyone doing in chat? What has everyone had for breakfast?
I overcorrected.
I had Huel and toast. I had strawberry jam on toast. I haven't actually had strawberry jam in a long time. I usually just have Huel. I don't usually have anything with it, but I knew I wouldn't be eating again until after I streamed, so...
Come on, Strive.
You enjoying this, Avon?
Ether Spark is not my favorite because yeah.
We can swap back if you'd like. Mr. Ferdinand!
I should
How are
really
you?
give you a bit of a break here because you did spend a lot of time on Ether Spark.
How are you, Mr. Ferdinand? How's your day been? Are you enjoying the weather?
I think I found the path.
Yay!
Or a path. you today?
Unfortunately, it's ads now. So I don't know if they can hear you. In the depths of the Great Depression, one US president unveiled a sweeping set of reforms in 1933 known as the New Deal. Who was he? I've heard of the New Deal, but off the top of my head I don't remember what president that was.
I'm terrible with names, so I'll probably remember once it's stated.
Yes,
But
that
until
is a
then,
name. I'm teasing you.
Oh dear. Weather's fine.
I'm doing well. Weather
Yeah.
was fine. How about you guys? In the UK, we are in the middle of a heat wave.
Ah! Oh dear. Yeah, it just rained the other day over here.
No AC either.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I know. It's like over 30 degrees and humid right now.
Literally just one corner.
Good thing I have a VTuber model. I don't think I'd look very presentable right now.
Okay, so maybe not. That's the case. You went this way, it looks like.
Oh, Franklin D. Roosevelt introduced a New Deal, a series of programs designed to bring economic relief and reform during the Great Depression. What do you have planned for today, Mr. Ferdinand, if you don't mind my asking? Obviously you don't have to answer. Did you have a good breakfast?
Whoa, what the? It just completely disconnected Ethan Spark on me.
Well, that's not very nice.
Found it.
Yay! Yeah, actually I enjoyed. Drink some coffee. You had coffee for breakfast? What? How do you like your coffee, Mr. Ferdinander? What for you is the ideal coffee?
There we go.
Thank you. No, 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 no. Oh, that's not too bad if I just die. Because then I respawn. There we go, I got the trickster key. I was worried I was going to get trapped at the bottom. Where to now, my raven friend?
Honestly, I missed a boatman coin back near the last summoning stone we were at, did you?
I see boatman coins. I think so, yeah.
Okay, so then let's go figure out how that happened.
Hang on.
It sounds like we both missed this one somehow then. Oh, that's why it was on the waterfall. Found it.
Coming to
We just have to
you.
find where I am.
Did I just die right next to you?
I saw you fall, yes.
Oh. Okay, I'm gonna have to...
Go around.
Yeah.
But I was standing on top of where the boatman coin was.
I'm a coming.
And then we have...
Yeah, I see some boatman coins south of us. I think that's it for boatman coins. Just to the south.
Yeah. Then we have one more, one epic chest, which will probably give you something. Epic chests always have some kind of upgrade. And as far as
How do they know? How do the owners of these chests know what to put in? How do they know it's specifically going to benefit either strife or war?
I don't think they do, it's just that these two...
Well, the alternative would be to say that if they find an epic chest, no matter what, they will find a way to turn it into an upgrade, whatever's in there.
Yeah, I was about to say, the Nephilim are crafty bastards, and these two are not the exception. Defeat the Grub Queen. Where is the Grub Queen? Oh, found one of the bubble coins.
So if they found a Tinky Winks set, well, upgrade.
I don't know what Tinky Wink is, but
I thought that was like an American game. I don't think we had it over here. Hold on.
Well, it could be an American game, and I could just be uncultured. Again, I grew up with a very strange set of...
Mr. Boone!
Hello, Banu!
Trusty, what is Tinky Winks, and is it an American game?
Well, found the last boatman coin.
Hang on. Yeah, I'm just one boatman coin behind. Tinky Winks is a character from the British television series Teletubbies. Oh, hang on. Have I got the name wrong or something then? You're thinking of... Or did I just mistype? Hang on, I'm getting confused. Yeah, I know Tinky Winky is from Teletubbies. That's not what I asked.
It's a spark.
What is that game called then?
I found an ether spark thing.
Be there in a second. Sorry, this is bothering me. Tiddlywinks, that's the one. Okay. Let's try that again. Frosty.
Don't know what a tiddlywink is either.
Tiddlywinks. What is Tiddlywinks, and is it an American game? Alright. Doop-a-doop-a-doo.
There's a thing, right here.
Yeah. Hang on, where's the boatman
And
coin?
you can see that... Huh?
There's a boatman coin, isn't there? That I don't have.
Yeah, it was... like, right up against the tree line.
Found it.
Here, I think.
Thank you.
Yeah. You are welcome.
Tiddlywinks is a parlour game where players flick small characters into pot. Originating in Victorian England. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, I've never played Tiddlywinks. Oh, bright side, you know exactly where the ether spark thing is going this time.
It's almost suspicious, isn't it?
I'll take the straightforward fight over whatever that was last time.
Yeah.
either... There's only two things this could really be.
Now you face judgment.
It could...
It could be an upgrade for Strife or an upgrade for War.
No, specifically a bullet type for Strife. The one that I've been thinking about. That I knew was late game, but didn't realize it was quite a bit late game. The one that has healing state.
What, heals me?
Or it's an abyssal armor piece. Specifically one of those two things. I kept getting the exact...
Interesting. Say hi to the creator. So they have a concept of a creator then.
Last strike shot. Let's go.
A bullet for all seasons. Nature shot. Fire a wide spread of bullets that have a chance to spawn health orbs when enemies are hit. Hot streak. Shots will also imbue enemies with nature energy. Striking an imbued enemy has a chance to spawn health orbs and cause them to explode into health orbs on death. Passive attack power is permanently increased for each ammo type acquired. Huh. Very nice.
Yeah, that one is nice.
It sounds it. Command and
Because
Conquer
you were
Red
having
Alert? Oh, hang on. Did I miss something there?
I have not played that either. I've admittedly played very few board games.
Tiddlywinks is a game here in the US. Okay, you have heard of it then. Okay.
Where did the Grub Queen spawn in? That's bugging me. Where exactly is the Grub Queen? Really?
And thanks for sharing that. Fairway. What reminds you of Command and Conquer Red Alert? The game we're playing right now? Because they're rather different. I've never played Command and Conquer Red Alert, but I have a friend that played a lot of it back in the day. So I'm... Actually, that's not quite true. I think I did play a tiny bit of...
Oh, so that's a video game, not a board game.
Yeah. I think I played a tiny amount of it on Xbox 360. A long time ago. I never had an Xbox 360. This was when I was visiting said friend. I think I've played like a total of 10 minutes of it or something. Yeah, it's a RTS, but it's got its own... It's very much got its own flavour. Like they came up with... It's like its own subgenre of RTS.
Where did you just fall off of?
I don't know. It's all dark.
I am trying to find this Grub Queen and failing.
I'm trying to find you and failing miserably.
Actually, she's probably by the trickster.
Should have played Halo Legendary Campaign instead, Mag. I have been thinking of playing the whole Halo series on stream for a while. I've never played before. Like okay. This is actually another one of those. Well, technically, I have done. Same friend. I did play a bit of Halo 3 multiplayer with them. Oh yeah, hang on a minute. I take it back. I also, like 2-3 years ago, a group that I do a gaming session with decided they wanted to do some Halo multiplayer, so I ended up doing some custom games with them. I forgot about that. I've never played the campaigns though. I've never like played the Halo 1, 2, 3 campaigns or anything like that. Heresy. It's actually fun to play that game.
I've never played a Halo game, period.
They are supposed to be really good. They're FPS games, but rather than being like extremely difficult, they were just known for having clever combat algorithms that immersed you in the game. This is a bit dark, but like one example would be one of the things they did that I don't think other games at the time did was the enemies were more situationally aware. So for example, you threw a sticky grenade on one of them and it got stuck on them, they would then run around rather than continuing to fight you. I imagine quite a lot of the innovations would probably seem quite basic now, but it is considered to be like a gem of the time, if that makes sense. Like they put so much effort into making the best out of the technology they had at the time that it sort of still stands up now. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I get it. I used to play a lot of Metroid Prime. My favorite of what was once a trilogy and is now 4 games, it was Metroid Prime 2. Had one unfortunate situation where the system crashed on me.
Scarab Queen? We weren't even looking for them, were we? We were looking for the Grub Queen.
I'm assuming that this is the Grub Queen and they just decided to give it a different name for some reason.
Okay.
And there we go.
Good analogy, Mag. Which analogy was that, sorry?
I used to play a lot of the Metroid Prime games, my favorite being the second one. I had one unfortunate situation where the system crashed on me right after I finished the boss fight and before I could get to the save station.
Or whatever. Oh, you mean explanation. Right.
Yeah.
I don't know. English words right now.
That's fair.
The Halo description, I see.
But the Metroid Prime games were pretty much
But I'm guessing that ugly one's our Stormcaller.
the only first-person shooters I've actually...
I love it when you get like this.
Hang on. Can the Halo campaign be done in multiplayer? This is a genuine question. Because if it can, that might be potentially a fun one for Avon and I to do together at some point. They can. Ooh, interesting. That's all I played. Co-op Legendary campaign. Is that all the games though? Can you do Halo or Halo 1 campaign in multiplayer, Halo 2 campaign in multiplayer and so on, go through the whole series?
We are finished here.
Hang on, I just realised something. I don't have the joint chat up. I hope no one said anything on YouTube that I missed. I don't think they have. No. People don't seem to be very talkative on YouTube. Oh, we done? That wasn't so bad.
Yes.
Well then.
I saw an execution and I took it.
All is co-op. I don't know about online, but I think the Master Chief Collection, it's possible. Okay, okay. Interesting. I used to be So fun fact, the protagonist of the Halo series is called the Master Chief.
I do know that. I've seen Master Chief compared to Samus a lot.
And I was special needs for English for a very long time when I was growing up, and I genuinely thought it said Master Chef.
Yes! The gun shoots spatulas now.
Someone had to
come on,
correct me about that one.
Spatula gun would be an awesome mod, actually. Just for sheer ridiculous factor. Alright.
Oh, we've got another Samael conversation. Aren't you British, Mr. Magni? I am indeed.
Nope.
The Stormcaller's threat is ended. Have you sealed the portal?
I have that signal honor. Yes, Mr. Bunu?
As promised, horseman. Did you doubt my talents?
Only about every step of the way.
There is still the matter of Dagon himself. By crushing his priests, you dealt him a crippling blow. Strike now, learn what he knows, and finish him.
Those poor priests. They all had their own. They all had their own life, their own ambitions, and so on. Gone.
They had to know that somebody was going to come and try and kill them at some point. The Lords of Hell aren't exactly known for getting along.
Dagon will pay for his part in this. And Lucifer.
I love it when you trail off menacingly.
When you are ready, horseman.
Alright, do you have anything I want, Fulgrim?
A
No.
humble merchant at your service.
Where's the other merchant? D. She's down here.
Yeah, Dees is
Plenty.
Deets, that was it.
that way. Well, she's not down here. She's over here.
Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
It's easy to miss her somewhat because, yeah, she's purple.
Thank you. It's not easy
You're
being
my
purple.
favorite customer. Take your time. I've got eternity.
Alright. Let's just collect that, I guess.
Everything's got a price. I'm always down to do it.
Hey, my strife went up to 793 power, I think. Yeah.
Slow down now.
D-I-S. Dees,
Only the
I
best
believe.
For you boys.
Can see the joke coming, Banu.
Thank you, Mr.
I knew it
Bruno.
before you typed. I knew exactly where you were going. And honestly, missed the opportunity to turn it into a pun. I'm disappointed.
Almost had.
Ow. Hang on. How do I... Let's get some of this healing thingamabob on.
Since when is that a dad joke?
Health for everyone. I don't do puns, I do dad jokes. Depends who your dad is, I suppose.
Yeah, the nature shot gives an absolutely ridiculous amount of health. I will be very surprised if either of us run out if you're continuously using that.
Also, I shall make use of the knowledge that Mag can't speak English in the future. I wouldn't say I can't speak English now. It occasionally shows up in my spelling. But with a word checker, I'm fine. Not specifically this time, but I do dad jokes, not puns. I leave the puns to other fellas.
Still, that one was like, I get that it was low hanging fruit, but it was so obvious. Come on.
You made a mistake.
Fear
the
the
attack
storm.
collar.
It doesn't need to be not obvious.
Sometimes the best puns are the ones that you can just slip in there and nobody will notice.
Oh, okie dokie Fairway. I hope you had a good
Have an
time.
excellent day, Fairway.
Genuinely. And I hope you have a good rest of your day. You take care. It's always a pleasure to see you when you can make it. I see, I see.
When we're done with the, I guess, but at the same time, like there was a chance to do something unique with it, and it wasn't taken. So of course I'm going to be a little disappointed.
Do you get more health?
There is health all over the floor right now.
Good, 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 good. I get that when I run out of ammo, the game defaults back to the ordinary ammo type that you have infinite of, but I wish when I picked up more ammo, it would automatically go back to the type I selected.
Just run around collecting ammo.
Yeah.
Or that is the wrong direction.
It has gone surprisingly well, considering how badly the previous arena went.
It is amazing how much the sustainability from that Earth on health, or the health shot, nation shot health.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense, because not only does it keep you going longer, but it means you can get away with being more aggressive. There's fewer consequences. It's fine. I do not need gratitude. It's not something I strive for. I simply enjoy to say the words. It gives me joy. Was that an intentional pun? Strife instead of strive. I think Mr. Boonu may have made a pun for you, Avon.
did kind of.
Yay!
Alright, so I'm typing the pun in question in the chat here. Oh, hey, you got a creature core. You did. Okay. Like, there was a chance to do something completely unique with that. And it wasn't taken. Oh well. I see you've selected another arena. Okay.
I have indeed!
I was playing around.
So in terms of your diet and what you prefer to eat, what is your opinion on nuts, actual botanical nuts?
Nuts the food?
Yes.
Okay. There's one to the floor. It depends. If I'm having a day where I just don't feel like chewing, then I of course don't want any.
Yes, I was gonna say. I wouldn't try to eat them as a duck would.
But I tend to like the flute.
Yes, I'm a big fan. What do you mean I don't feel like chewing that day? You just eat soup then?
Well, unfortunately, no matter what you're eating, it is smart to chew. But I have some days where I really just don't want to. And so I try to stick to softer stuff. Stuff that I don't have to chew very much.
I've been getting on very well with fuel recently. That is something you don't have to chew. What was I thinking? I'm a big fan of nuts. I especially like chocolate coated or yogurt coated nuts and also dried fruit. That's like my favourite type of sweet, which I obviously don't indulge in very often because it's very easy to have too many calories that way. But I don't know, I always, like, I find that as a general rule, the types of sweets that actually incorporate like natural ingredients always end up being better than the artificial stuff. Like, don't get me wrong, a boiled sweet is nice, but it's not as good as like a nut with a chocolate or yogurt coating.
That's funny, because two of my or the 2 desserts that I will actively, or sorry, 3 desserts, I will actively go out of my way to get my hands on when I have the opportunity are tiramisu, creme brulee, and baklava.
What was the last one?
Baklava.
Baklava. That's a new one to me.
Baklava is
Baklava.
I believe, Greek.
Ah.
It's a pastry with honey and nuts as filling.
Ooh, yes. What is it that I've had that's very, very similar to that? I don't remember something under that name, but there's definitely like a French pastry which involves nuts that is really nice. I can't think what it's... It's probably almonds I'm thinking of, actually. I do eat a lot of nuts.
If you put
Raw ones.
tiramisu, creme brulee, or baklava in front of me, I am going to eat it.
I had tiramisu once in France, and it was absolutely delicious, and I didn't sleep that night, which was really unfortunate. I'm really caffeine sensitive, and I
am pretty much immune to caffeine.
That must be nice. Yeah, I can't drink decaf. If I had a decaf coffee now, I would have trouble sleeping tonight. Ignoring terrors in the night.
Well, I've been a regular coffee drinker since I was in late middle school.
America. They start you young, I see.
Well, you're not really supposed to get coffee, but I also grew up with a lot of iced tea. And that had caffeine in it too. So by the time I was in middle school, my parents were like, whatever. I'd already had a bunch of caffeine.
Yeah.
Kind of grew up on it.
Well, I mean, you get a lot of caffeine just in chocolate, and that's like...
As a result of having so much caffeine growing up, it barely affects me at all now. Like, I can have a full cup of coffee and that's perfectly fine. Flip side of that, flip side of that being, I kind of need a cup of coffee a day to function. Essentially, I can get a headache if I don't.
Oh no. You've never thought of detoxing?
I've been trying, but it's not like I'm gonna go cold turkey.
Maybe you should? Would it be so terrible for Raven or to go cold turkey?
Well, the issue with that is I get headaches. So what I've been doing is I've been only having the 1 cup a day. Tea has less caffeine than coffee does, I think. So I'll still occasionally I'll still have peppermint tea as well.
Oh, peppermint would, because the peppermint tea has no actual tea leaf in. As for the drink, as for like proper tea, black tea, green tea, I believe the leaf actually has more caffeine in it by weight than the coffee beans do. So I think it comes down to the preparation. I think the average cup of tea has less caffeine in than coffee, I want to say. But that's just because the coffee is more concentrated.
That's fair. But I have been cutting back, because I used to have like 2-3 cups of coffee a day. Now at most I typically have 1 cup of coffee a day now. Occasionally I'll have a second or third, but that is usually because there's like nothing else ready to drink and I'm thirsty at that particular moment in time.
Mm-hmm.
Or I order a cup that's too big because I didn't realize it was too big. Which, funny story, we went out to eat a while back, or well, not quite a while back, but a little bit back.
Mm-hmm.
Because my mom wanted us to go to this one diner, and the pictures made the cups look small, so I got myself a latte. And because I thought it was going to be a small cup, I got myself 2 because I wanted to try the different flavors.
Right.
The server comes out with 2 soup bowls with handles.
So you were sleeping that night?
Oh no, I slept perfectly fine.
Blimey.
Like I said, caffeine does not really affect me at this point.
Well, it sounds like you're dependent on it.
Mildly, but I don't have it anywhere near as bad as like my mom does. She's been trying to cut back too, but she still typically has like half a pot by herself.
Baklava is like sugar. Turks do it, and Greeks, yeah. I can eat like a third of one, and then I don't want more. Just too much sugar. I have very much of a sweet tooth. I think that does, although it is certainly not true of every British person, clearly. I think having a sweet tooth is a very British thing as well, I think.
Sweet tooth is, that is a biological response, I think, to having been exposed to sugar at a young age.
Well, I think a part of it is cultural, because we've had access to sugar, refined sugar, for a long time, and so a lot of our desserts are very sweet, and so
I actually prefer some of the more bitter ones.
when I have no, Ava. When I have been around
It was robbed.
People from other countries, often they do say that a lot of the British food is just too sweet for them.
I love it.
Although I would say I am talking here about desserts, like. But I understand in America you often add sugar to your mains, which, yeah, don't do that.
Yeah, no, I don't tend to add, unless it's bread. I'll add some sugar to bread just to give it a little bit more in the way of flavor.
Well,
even then I prefer to add honey.
Yeah, we don't sweeten our bread. Obviously some sugar goes in for the yeast to work on, so the bread will rise.
I honestly, I much prefer honey.
Well, honey contains sugar. The yeast should be able to work on honey. I've never tried it.
Yeah, actually.
Unless the honey actually is antibacterial, like yeast is a fungus, isn't it? Unless the
honey works for activating yeast.
Right.
I've used honey to activate yeast before. It works perfectly fine.
Yeah. My first time drinking coffee, first time I felt was, my mind will be going insane.
There's one drink that I will never try. Even my dad. He loves. My dad has the biggest sweet tooth out of anyone I've ever met and actually talked to about it. And even he says that Southern-style iced tea is too sweet for him.
Interesting. I remember when I went on... we had a school trip. I don't know if you have these in the US, but we'll have school trips where you actually spend several days away from home. Like they'll take you somewhere and the school will rent out accommodation and you're just staying there with the teachers looking after you for several days. Anyway.
That is a very rare thing that I had, but I did have it happen once.
Yeah.
My mom still volunteered as a chaperone, but
yeah.
it was fine.
When I was, sorry.
I was honestly perfectly fine with my mom volunteering as a chaperone because literally all the other... It was a school trip to New York City, and literally all they wanted to do was check out the stores that are the bigger versions of the stores that we already had around here. My mom was the only one that actually wanted to do something different. She was the only one that could actually, that the chaperones might actually listen to. That actually said, let's do something interesting.
Oh, that's nice. When we do them in Britain, they're educational trips. You don't get to, you're not there to have fun.
It was an educational trip, technically speaking. There was an itinerary and everything, but some of the spots we were visiting in New York City were, like, specific... We went to Chinatown, for instance.
Okay.
And Times Square. And it was essentially stick with your group and your group's chaperone. But other than that, go crazy, learn kind of what you can. It was an end of the year trip too, so it was more about the experience than anything else.
Right.
But yeah, they all wanted to, the other chaperones just wanted to check out. It was essentially just the stuff we already had around where we live, but slightly bigger stores.
Right.
Or, I say slightly, but it was like a 3-floor maybe.
Right.
Meanwhile, my mom and I were looking at some of the more niche shops and like...
Lovely to see you.
Hello, Alexu! Okay. We were looking at some of the more niche shops that we didn't have around here, and we were like, okay, we're here, let's see this thing that we can't see back home. And sometimes we got completely and utterly vetoed, sometimes they, albeit begrudgingly, go along with us. I admittedly did not have much fun that field trip, but my mom, being a chaperone, made it better because they did kind of have to listen to her at least some of the time.
Thank you, Alexu, for the 7 stream streak. I think it was last time. Unfortunately, with the combined chat, it doesn't show me things like stream streaks, so I didn't even realise that had happened until after the stream when I was looking at Discord. Not Discord, Twitch, when I was looking at the Twitch streamer overlay thing. So apologies, I should have thanked you for that last time. Hope you're doing well. What was I thinking? Yes, so on one of these school trips that we went on, we were obviously like eating breakfast and dinner together because, you know, as a school, because, you know, you would, they'd have to worry about what's everyone eating, so they had to sort out the catering. And I didn't drink tea back then, but some of the other students did, and I just remember this evolution in how they all drank their tea over the course of this one field trip, because it started with they would just have black tea. Like, there were tea bags there was hot water, presumably boiling, I don't actually remember, and, you know, they would do what you think you'd do. They'd just have a tea. But then I remember at one point someone said, you know, it's better if you have 2 sugars instead of 1. And then the other students would like, oh, I'll try that. Oh yeah, that's nice. And then inevitably another student would say, oh, like, maybe the same day, maybe the next day, you know, it's even better with 3. And then one student said, oh, do you know what? If you add cold water, it gets even better. And so, because we had like cold water at the table, they started like putting the cold water in with the tea. Like, I don't know if they were thinking it was like an iced tea or something. I don't know, but that's what they were doing. And they were putting more and more sugar in. And I remember at the end, they were basically just having sugar water with a bit of tea inspiration, yeah.
Tea flavored sugar.
Yeah.
That's, yeah.
Savages.
That sounds disgusting to me, I'm sorry.
I know. It seemed disgusting to me at the time, and it still seems disgusting to me now, but it happened.
I have never liked things to be overly sweet. Like, I've gone on record to say that I try to avoid white chocolate. Simply because I find it too sweet.
Yeah. Something tells me you wouldn't get on well with British desserts unless you were acclimatized. Sticky
Unless
toffee
I was
pudding,
what?
unless you're acclimatized to it. Sticky toffee pudding, for example.
I can deal with excessive sugar in small amounts. For example, if I had like maybe 2 spoonfuls of the sticky toffee pudding, I'd be fine with it, and then I could just put it in the fridge and have more another day. But yeah, too much sugar and
That brain cell you've got there is pretty overpowered. We have become pretty overpowered at this point in the game. It's the characters. But I don't know. I shouldn't be robbing Avon of their well-deserved glory here. But I'm certainly not skillful.
I am sitting here exploiting the fact that this thing does not want to move.
I mean, I'm actually playing really badly here, and because the weapon I'm using causes so much health to be dropped, I'm just getting away with it when I really shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Now, you meet your end, brothers.
By our powers combined, we are Captain Streamer. I understand Mealy's Belgian doesn't know Hercule Poirot. Do any of you? Yeah, I'm familiar with Hercule Poirot, the detective.
I'm pretty sure that white chocolate is just cocoa butter without the actual cacao.
I've never looked into the recipe. But I know it doesn't contain like the actual the component of chocolate that provides the normal chocolatey flavour or the caffeine.
And it is just way too sweet. I don't know if they just add too much sugar or
I don't know.
or what.
I don't know. That could be an American thing, or it might not be. Like, I mean, I think of white chocolate, and yeah, I mean, it's a bit sweet. It's supposed to be sweet, but it's not like really sweet, like the way you seem to be describing. I don't know if that's a difference in our palate, or if that's just like white chocolate in America is different to British. I don't know.
Could be an interesting thing to look into. I just watched some grubs disintegrate as they were running away.
so you're suggesting that we're committing war crimes?
Okay, let's be real here. We're playing as Nephilim. They are the war crime.
You could consider white chocolate a marketing stunt, but from what I remember, the cocoa beans are white. Don't they roast them though? I don't know what colour they would be if they were completely uncooked, but I thought they roasted them. But I'm fairly certain that white chocolate is not chocolate in the conventional sense. The fact they call it chocolate is basically the marketing stunt. Like, by all means, have such a product on the market, but I don't think it is genuinely chocolate.
My problem with white chocolate is generally that it is just sweet.
I don't...
Normally, when I've got something, even if I don't quite recall what the flavor is, I prefer having some form of depth.
I don't have chocolate very often because of my caffeine sensitivity, but when I do, I am a big fan of the really, really dark chocolate. Like, you know, 90% plus. I have seen some chocolates on the market that are sold as 100%, and I'm just thinking, that doesn't make sense. At that point, you'd just be selling cocoa bean powder, which you're clearly not. But I have to admit, when I have had the so-called 100% chocolate, it has been very dark chocolatey.
Yeah, I think my problem with a lot of the sweetness in sweet things is that generally the sweetness overpowers everything else, and I can't taste anything that's sweet.
Interesting. Well, it'll be very interesting whenever you visit Britain to see what you make of the cuisine.
Yeah, I do not like one-note foods. Again, even if I don't quite remember what I'm dealing with, I know for a fact I do not like one-note foods. I like to have some interest.
HBO made a pretty informative material about the chocolate industry. Interesting. A chocomentary.
I got the wave numbers mixed up last time. And as a result, used my ultimate early.
That's okay. I don't think we're at much risk of losing here. I'm still on 6 potions.
Same.
I'm pretty sure I lost them earlier on, but I seem to have gained them back.
If you have potion health overflow, then
That'll be it then.
yeah. Because the orbs you're generating would also be going towards getting the potion.
Yeah, and then Undying's making it so that if they would kill me, the potion just gets used automatically.
Yeah, strike sustainability is absolutely insane.
Good thing, I wouldn't be able to play otherwise. Great Britain cooking. What do you consider native Great Britain cuisine? Well, it depends what you mean by native. I mean, I know some of the dishes that, for example, are older, like Victorian or even Tudor. But and I could talk about that, but equally, we do have a very multicultural cuisine. Like, one of the most quintessentially British things is curry, which we got from India, of course.
Yeah, I grew up with a lot of, you know, obviously because this is America, and America has a lot of different cuisines. Just you're hitting buttons too quickly. I was trying to collect rewards.
No rewards for you.
But I grew up with a bit of Italian, probably a bit of British, just a bunch of different European cuisines. Some Greek,
Well, it's
some Indian, some Korean.
it's quite likely that the British stuff that you did have, you think of as being American. Like, for example, one of the most like quintessentially British dishes, English even. I don't know for certain whether, for example, the Scottish associate with, but like an absolutely quintessentially English dish, like almost synonymous with the culture, is apple pie. Well, I happen to know that the Americans feel the same way about it with their culture. They feel that apple pie is like one of the most quintessentially American things. You've obviously inherited that.
Oh dear. Apple pie is... like big
Yeah.
here.
But of course,
One of my
apples
dad's
came from the
favorite.
old world. What was it? Johnny Appleseed notionally spread them across the United States, was it? The apple trees?
I don't know, honestly.
Oh, I thought this is one of your folk legends that may have been based in history, that you had some gentleman that really liked apples, and when he was travelling around the United States, he would just like throw apple seeds, you know, from apples he was eating, deliberately all over the place to spread them.
Only the best for you boys.
Admittedly, am not as good as I probably could be with some of the local American legends.
What was I thinking? But yeah, there are dishes like, for example, curry, which we clearly got from other cultures, but then have been over here for so long and have been adapted so much. Like, they're like, British curry is not the same as Indian curry. That you know, it really is part of the national cuisine at this point, as opposed to just, I mean, because like I'm sure any like I'm sure would be the case in any country that has, you know, quite multicultural spaces. Of course, there's going to be
Do be careful with yourselves.
lots of like restaurants popping up that sell very specific cuisines. But what I mean is, like, even more than that, like, British people make curry themselves, and there is certainly, you know, a curry culture that is British as distinct from any other group at this point. Elmag is more American than Avon, it seems.
Hello, Alphax.
Lovely to see you.
I have had mostly Indian and Japanese style curry.
I would be surprised if you've had actually Indian curry, because the thing is, you'll like go to a restaurant and it'll say like, oh, Indian curry, and it isn't. It's like your country's version of that country's cuisine. So like we have all sorts of restaurants in Britain that notionally sell Indian curry, and often the people that
I was more talking about style. I realize that to some degree, in order to appeal to a palate and actually, you know, make a living, they do have to edit it a bit, which sort of makes it a hybrid cuisine in that sense.
Well, adapted, yeah. What was I thinking? Yeah, and these like restaurants in the UK that are notionally sell Indian food very, very often. I mean, like 99% of the time, some, if not all, the staff that work there will be like ethnically Indian and probably, and in many cases, still have strong ties to India. Like they will have family that still live over there. So it's not like they don't know what real Indian curry is like. But the problem is, real Indian curry tends to be extremely hot, from what I've heard. And while we don't have like mild curries like they do in Japan, like our curries are actually quite hot, I understand we don't go as far as they do in India when it comes to heat, usually. Some people go in for that type of thing,
I've had
but
some curries from that one Indian place that we normally get it from. I cannot recall the name of the place right now.
do British people really say spotted dick? Yeah, spotted dick is delicious.
I've had...
No, not just older folk, that's what it's called.
I've had some curry from that one Indian place. I can't recall the name of it right now. That has been so spicy that I literally couldn't feel my tongue afterwards.
Okay, yeah, that does sound like it might be. But that can vary from individual to individual as you build up a tolerance.
Yeah, and I'm not using that as a benchmark. I'm just saying as a benchmark or anything, because I'm fairly certain my spice tolerance isn't that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it is worth noting that it is in fact spicy.
Good evening, Rob. I've just returned home. I need a shower now. I can imagine in this heat.
Shower, Jenny. I was ambushed!
How rude.
I was standing on this thing when it spawned in!
Dick is a short form for Richard. Although I have to admit, I don't actually know how Spotted Dick got its name. I don't know the etymology.
I am willing to bet that either someone thought it was funny,
I would be surprised because it's an older dish. I'm pretty sure it would be at least Victorian. It could be much older still, and like the Victorians would not have stood for that sort of humour.
it could all, as it is in the middle of thing, it could also be, my first gut reaction there, how Dick became shorthand for Richard, would be that either someone thought it was funny or someone didn't want to use the word rich for Richard.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. That would also be interesting to know how that happened.
Like, it could be either of those or even something else. But
I wonder if it...
how long has the word rich been used to refer to the wealthy?
I don't know.
Is that, because if that's old enough, then maybe
I would be surprised if it was recent.
because if the word rich being used to describe the wealthy people was around for long enough, But then it would kind of make sense why they would want someone to
Yeah.
confuse that with their name.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially with ostentatious displays of wealth being associated with vulgarity in Victorian Britain. I can see that.
You are nothing.
It might refer to something else. I was basically just using what I know of psychology and naming conventions, because a lot of people will not name their kids something that could be said a lot. Like, for example, I think the name Alexa has actually gone down in popularity by everyone since Alexa.
I had never even thought of that. That makes perfect sense. Can you imagine?
I do know that that's gone down in popularity. So I'm wondering if that is a similar situation, if that's a similar situation for how Dick came to be short for Richard. Ah!
Bye, Avon. But I think the question is phonetically, how did that happen? There's not an obvious connection, like, phonetically. I'm sure there's a very good reason, I just don't know what it is.
Yeah, there's a bunch of things that could be.
Let's see what Frosty has to say.
I do not trust Frosty with history. Like, at
Frosty.
all. I don't trust
How
Frosty
did
in general,
Dick
but especially
become a
history?
shortening of the Christian name Richard?
I am claiming stuff, please do not.
Sorry, I've
Continue.
already clicked. Oh, from Rick. That actually makes sense. Richard becomes Rick, becomes Dick.
Still don't know how the D got in there, but okay.
Well, just by rhyming. I mean, I see what you mean. It doesn't make, like, there's a step there that isn't absolutely 100% explained, but
That's, oh dear. I'd still rather verify that
why did we
somewhere else.
suddenly get an absolutely ridiculous number of AP? Like,
I don't know, but I am claiming.
Yeah.
Just got a abyssal armor piece.
What do you mean unsophisticated? Alphax.
Okay, let's look down here.
I just don't like
There's
saying the
nothing
word.
else. There's something else. There is nothing else major that's actually in the arena, so we could technically ignore it from now on.
But Avon, the arena beckons
I said
to us.
technically. I said technically.
It
I
challenges
now
us,
have
Avon.
4 abyssal armor pieces for war. How many do you have?
Let me have a look. Collection, isn't it?
I'm gonna head over back to Fulgrim and buy for things, and then head over to
4.
this. 4, yeah, okay.
What you want, I strive to provide.
Well, the sophisticated thing to do is to just ignore that is use the word properly in its correct context and ignore that there's any other associations with the word. That's how the Victorians dealt with this sort of thing. I mean, in Victorian Britain, because they had a rising middle class, there was like a lot of people that was suddenly becoming wealthy that hadn't been before. Like, as a percentage of the population, they had more middle class over the course of the Victorian period than, like, growing over the course of the Victorian period than they had ever been before. They produced etiquette guides because, of course, these newly wealthy people wanted to be able to fit in with the other wealthy people. So they produced etiquette guides to explain to the uncivilized how to be civilized, and they explicitly say, well, if someone makes a vulgar joke, just say that you don't understand. That's the appropriate response.
Huh. Real quick, do you want to go explore the void? Because I believe we were told that another void path had opened at some point.
Remember, the 5th of November. Gunpowder treason and plot. I see no reason why gunpowder treason should ever be forgotten.
Yeah.
What's this about, Guy Fawkes Night, Alexu?
Okay, so not quite yet for this specific path here. Nothing over here. Looking over this way. Oh, hello, Rift.
Ooh. Ah! How did that happen?
What happened?
I got launched. I picked up the boatman coin and then it was like
oh, yeah.
the game decided that I was on a moon mission. The fact that people spoke in rhymes, well, not constantly, but it's a good way to remember things. What about nursery rhymes? Honestly, it's something I wish we had more of now. That's often how they dealt with, you know, if you want to make something memorable, then you set it to a tune and make it rhyme. I think it's very quaint. I wish we had more of that. I think we're a lot less musically aware than they would have been historically and poetically aware. Oh, Haven.
War? Why?
I don't understand is a way of making them embarrassed. Either they didn't make sense or their joke was too vulgar even for them to explain in a community. Well, yeah, I mean, it is, but also, I don't disagree with that. I think you're right. I think it... I suspect part of it is to embarrass them, but I also feel like part of it is so that they can deny all knowledge. Like, they don't want to... If someone makes a vulgar joke and you laugh at it, that means that you understood the joke, which implies that you yourself may be a vulgar person, if you see.
That makes more sense than it should. Really, it does. Alright, so I already left that.
Yeah, the society does make a lot of sense. They struck different balances to how we've struck them today, but it makes sense.
What?
Well, you can understand the joke and don't want to be considered vulgar. Exactly. And so what they teach people is you claim not to understand.
Yeah, I genuinely don't see why that would make anything better, though. Like, that just perpetuates ultimate ignorance, really.
Well, I think it goes back to... well, I was going to say Victorian ideas, but it actually goes back further than that. It goes back to ideas of morality and sin that would have been prominent around the time. And so, you know, when it comes to vulgar jokes and so on, well, you shouldn't be thinking about those types of things anyway. You know. Oh yeah, there was a lot of hypocrisy, if that's where your mind was going. I mean, the Victorians were absolutely filthy when they wanted to be. Like, Victorian erotica is, you know, it competes with modern erotica in terms of breadth of subject and just plain dirtiness. Like, they were human beings just as much as we are. But still, in polite society, there were things that were considered acceptable to talk about and things that weren't. And frankly, I kind of have some sympathy with it, mostly because I think a lot of, for different reasons, it's not that I'm worried about sin, it's because I think a lot of that type of humour tends to be very low-hanging fruit, and once you've heard enough of it, it's just like, most of it just becomes boring, you know?
That's fair. Yeah, sorry about that little wait there. I knew that we had to kill the grubs, but...
Oh, that's okay. I'd have helped out if I'd comprehended what was happening.
Nope, nothing
Why now? In the current times, I understand America has this don't know about Great Britain. They're called old money. Old money is a very niche class.
Hold up, how did Angel get here?
I don't know.
Okay.
The angel gave me money, which is odd. That's more the sort of behaviour I'd expect from a demon.
Yeah, this
Perhaps
place
they
is
were
weird.
practicing charity. Perhaps they viewed us as the less fortunate.
Nah, this place is just weird. I'm just trying to go through and actually see all the different paths. Sorry.
Yes, I'm familiar with the concept of old money versus new money, and indeed there are parallel concepts, or were, in British society. Honestly, British classism is it's mostly historic now, but it is a funny old thing. But I'll avoid that tangent for now.
Wouldn't exactly call it funny,
Well, funny peculiar.
but fair. Ah, yes, the dogs. Oh, hey, you can pet the dogs now.
Yay!
I already did this
Oh, hey,
puzzle
Magier,
before.
lovely to see you. I can read some facts shortly. What was I thinking? But yeah, I'm familiar with the American concept of being old money, which means that your family's wealth goes back a long way, and that implies a certain... it's thought to imply a certain quality of character, that you're a well-bred individual, and that, well, all these people that have become wealthy since, well, you know, they may be wealthy, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're good people that you'd want to associate with. I mean, frankly, that also goes in line with the whole sort of concept of morality I was talking about before. And, I mean, they are absolutely right in so much as the nouveau rich, those that have become wealthy in recent generations, culturally at least, they end up being much closer to where they came from than, you know, integrating into the existing elite, as it were. Certainly I would say that's the case in Britain, that people that have become wealthy in the last, I don't know, 80 years tend to, in the way that they see the world and the way they behave, they tend to be much closer to working class people than the traditional British upper class, from what I've seen. There are exceptions, of course, people that wish to be seen as part of the upper classes. Wish to be seen as a grandee. The richest class in Great Britain thrives in anonymity, so it really is no surprise that people don't know about them. Well, we don't really have classes like that anymore. There's remnants of various classes that used to exist, but following the Second World War, consistently they tried very hard to dismantle the class system, and they pretty much succeeded. By about the 80s or so, it had gone. Like, the class you were born into had very little to do with your prospects in life, other than, you know, that often but not always the descendants of the upper classes would have still had some money, so they'd have had that leg up in life, generational wealth, but not always. There's all sorts of examples of people that had been part of Britain's upper classes, and their family then lost the money, and so then you have people that don't have wealth and power but are still culturally close-ish to Britain's traditional upper classes in their behaviour and outlook.
Alphax will substitute morality for law.
So if people do not stop because of morality, is the law the only thing stopping people from committing bad crimes and stuff?
Wrong one, Mexico. The second one is the one down.
Oh, there's an order to it. Hang on.
Yeah.
What's the order? I thought I was just petting dogs, because, you know, dogs. Good doggos.
Yeah, but pet the puppies, but there is an order. And you get a boatman coin from it.
I'm not contradicting, I'm thinking about reality, not words on paper. I mean, there is that famous saying that in a society that... I'm paraphrasing, so I don't remember the exact wording, but in a society that is perfectly moral, there's no need for laws, and in a society that is entirely immoral, then laws have no effect. Laws only really work if you're in that sort of awkward middle ground that we do find ourselves in.
Yep, I already got this.
So did I, but we still got to pet the doggos.
Yep. I was just double checking because it didn't spawn in, which was weird for me. Should probably do it over here first, because the middle one is easy to find your way back. Yep.
Yeah, the sort of when I was saying like about the peculiarity of the British class system, obviously it tended to be upwards looking. That you know, there is this idea that you should know your place and not aspire to be more than you are, but of course people did aspire to move up the system, and you had this middle class that was incredibly that had a outlook on life that was incredibly informed by their ideas of morality and not being sinful and so on, which even on its own is an interesting subject. But they were also could be incredibly judgmental and exclusionary. So if you didn't behave in the way that they expected you to do, then you would just be... they wouldn't deal with you. You would be cut off from society. No one would want to speak with you. Which is a pretty strong motivation to try and fit in. You know, you don't want to be excluded from life, basically.
That is, yeah.
That was the middle class. But the middle class were often... The middle class didn't have this... this one thing that the upper classes very much prized, which was the ability to just have passive wealth. Like, for example, in Britain, this did change over time, but for a long time, having land was the thing to do. Because if you had land, you would have people working the land, and you would just have constant income. You wouldn't have to have a profession. In fact, professions were considered vulgar. Like, you weren't supposed to be making money from business or by creating anything like that. Like, if you're part of the upper classes, you get your wealth from being a landlord. As I say, that changed a bit over time, but traditionally that was the model. And this was...
Landlords still make an absolutely ridiculous amount of money because they've gone back to charging ridiculous amounts of rent.
We're talking about people that would have, like, owned villages. I don't just mean they own a block of apartments or 10. I mean, we're talking about people that owned, like, all the land that several of the local villages were on. And all those people would be paying rent. But there is actually a sensible argument to all this, and that's that, well, if you're passively generating all this revenue just from doing nothing, basically, because you own the land, then you aren't so easily corruptible. You're set for life. Like, it doesn't matter what you do. And so that means you can't so easily be controlled, which is important if you're interested in morality. You know, someone that's desperate for money to, say, pay off debts or what have you is going to be far more easy to corrupt than someone that just has this secure income that's not going anywhere. This is also why when, like, for example, we had the Industrial Revolution and you had people setting up factories and becoming very, very wealthy by through manufacture and employing people to build things in their factories, there was this idea that your factory should not be visible from your house, because that is vulgar. Because they were trying to hide the fact that their wealth was actually tied to business and industry. They were trying to emulate the traditional British upper classes, even though they were really ultra-wealthy middle class. Anyway, the point I'm working towards... Oh, sorry. Go on.
The morality thing, that line of thinking doesn't really work because a lot of the greatest evils are born from boredom and hatred.
Well, when you live in a far more religiously minded society, it can work. It doesn't always work. I certainly believe there's some truth to it. I certainly believe that there were individuals that lived in that time that were much more incorruptible and also highly moral and did a lot of philanthropic work, but then there were people that weren't, you know. Anyway, the point I was working towards is, so this is the funny thing, by Victoria, the time of Victorian Britain, you had a really large middle class that had suddenly appeared, hadn't been there before, and they were looking to the upper classes for the model of how to behave, and they were very much involved themselves with Christian models of morality and so on, and they could be very judgmental and be really quite nasty to people that didn't seem to fit in. And yet the upper classes weren't like that, because they knew no matter what they did, they would still be Lord or Lady so-and-so, and they would still have loads of money. So the upper classes were, you know, socially speaking, I don't think these tended to be the people that were exploiting the lower classes, but like just in terms of like cheating on their partner and, you know, gambling and what have you, and just generally just doing things that would be considered completely socially unacceptable. It was the upper classes that were doing that. They didn't care, because why would they care? And yet you had the middle classes fawning over them at the same time. And
Has always been a poison.
I can go one step further. It has been commonly commented on that very often the upper classes and the working class got on really well together, and neither of them got on all that well with the middle class, because the middle class were the judgmental bunch. Like, literally, people that just, you know, worked in the field all their life could just walk straight up to if the local lord was around, often they weren't, could walk straight up to the local lord and have a conversation and be friends. They'd get on just fine. But not the middle classes. The middle classes would be looking down on the poor and seeing, you know, their poverty as potentially as a sign of their moral inferiority and a punishment from God and so on, which you just didn't get with the upper classes.
The upper class, there's always going to be some level of judgment when we're talking about groups of people. I dealt with a lot of that just in school.
Oh, I'm sure.
But so I have to wonder if part of why the upper class was willing to get along with the working class had to do with seeing them as not a threat.
Oh, I'm sure they didn't, but they wouldn't have seen the middle class as a threat either. But the middle class would have largely been just sycophantic towards them. Whereas often the working class wouldn't.
Middle class would what?
Be sycophantic towards them. So I'm saying that the class systems exist, just not on paper. It exists in the lives of people and society. It's kind of had its back broken, honestly. It exists as a sort of cultural relic. You can sort of, that, you know, you will meet people whose outlook on life you suddenly realise, oh wait, that's a remnant of such and such a group from Victorian England. But it... Hold on, there's a cutscene. Ooh! We've made a friend.
I wouldn't exactly call this guy a friend.
That wasn't Lucifer's to give. What was I thinking? Well, that didn't go well. Yeah, don't forget that up until the 1960s, maybe 70s, the class you were born into determined what you could expect out of life. You know, if you were born into the working class, well, you're not going to be rich, you're not going to be able to get, you know, what would nowadays be considered a white-collar job. It just wasn't available to you. There weren't, you know, you would have got a very rudimentary schooling up to what, the age of 12, was it? Or was it 14 by then? Probably 14 by then. And that's it. Like, literally there weren't opportunities, and by design. And the way people treated you and the way you were supposed to act towards other people, it was all determined by class. The way the police treated you, again, all determined by class. Like,
Okay, the police thing I think is still
yes and no. In this country. I'm sure it's a factor, but not in the way it used to be. Not to the extent that it used to be the case. Like, your whole prospects in life were determined entirely by what family you were born into. And honestly,
that's a caste, not a class.
There are strong similarities between the two. I do think it's I don't think that it need necessarily be a caste system, but yeah, like it's a strong caste system that we had. Sorry, a strong class system that we had. And believe it or not, in theory, that needn't even be all that bad. One of the things that really has struck me when I've actually looked at historic accounts of like working class people talking about their lives, where those records have survived, it's the fact that like their whole life was set out in front of them. They never had to worry about, okay, where am I getting my next job? When am I going to get a promotion, etc. Like, literally, yeah, they had to work all day, but they didn't have that sort of stress in their life. And notionally, they should be looked after. The problem is when the system broke down, when they weren't being looked after the way they were supposed to be. But a lot of them were looked after. It's not necessarily a bad system when it works.
The problem is it works for at most a couple of generations. Someone gets entitled.
Well, I don't know about works for a lot of, for at most so many generations. I'm sure it just changed from place to place and time to time. Like, I'm sure in some areas it was getting better and in some areas it was getting worse. But for example, I would not have wanted to have been a Victorian factory worker. They had it really hard. You know, that was not a stress-free life at all. That was quite horrible, frankly. But you know, find yourself in the right, for example, rural community with where the local bigwigs actually do care about you.
We're about to get a cutscene, I think.
And it wasn't necessarily that bad.
Person, but at the same time, if someone feels entitled just because of how they're born, suddenly the entire system falls apart in like a moment.
Well, it's interesting because I've seen accounts of this sort of thing, and this is the sort of complaint they had about the middle classes. Because as I say, after the Industrial Revolution, you had a lot of what had previously been poorer people becoming very wealthy. And what they often say is that the problem is the working class people saying the problem is these families that have suddenly become wealthy and then they've become responsible for, say, this village, and they just don't care. They only think about themselves. Like the old lord, the one that had, you know, was aristocratic and was old money, to use, you know, in like the American sense, they were good. They had a strong sense of morality and they looked out for people. It's these middle class people that just don't understand that they're there to help people. That's how they viewed it at the time. Or some people viewed it at the time.
Brother, a little help.
Trust me, you could use a bath. Oh, shit!
Well then.
Strife, that was not the time to make the quit. Although Dagon really did mess up here.
I guess we've been cleansed.
Why would you
War
bring
made
them
a joke.
closer to you?
What was I thinking? Yeah, as you may know, the Regency, Victorian and Edwardian periods are a special interest of mine, and this is, like, the social history is also very interesting. I'm not suggesting that things were necessarily better when the class system was in place, but I can still look at it from an academic perspective and say, well, you know, it worked in this ways and not in this other way, and that's really interesting.
And that it would not work for me. I like being able to just kind of do my own thing.
Well, often that would have been accommodated. You know, I think Victorian Britain was a much more inclusive space for just generally what would have been at the time seen as eccentric people than we have today. You know, they were fine with people being a bit different. There were certain specific things you absolutely could not have done.
I am
like
outright queer, and I would not have
yeah,
been fine with being
that would have been a problem. Well, could have been a problem. Particularly being a gay man. I think it wasn't so bad for the women folk.
the gender fluidity definitely would have. There's a lot about me that just would not have meshed well, and I'm well aware of that.
Believe it or not, the aristocracy could be quite gender fluid. Because again, you know, they were always going to be Lord or Lady so-and-so. They didn't care. And the police weren't about to bring a case against them.
Fair enough, but, like, literally, what are the odds that I would have even
Yep.
been born in that?
Horseman, you smell even worse than you look.
Well, it's lovely to see you too, Samael.
That be the mix of tainted water and demon guts we've been swimming in. You're welcome, by the way.
Why strife? I'm doing this for your sake, not mine.
Somehow I don't believe that.
We both know that isn't true. At some point, this arrangement will stop being mutually beneficial. Then it's gonna get interesting.
How pessimistic. For now, however,
Samael's
the
an interesting
benefit
case.
remains. So, shall we continue?
I'll
For
catch
the
up with
one
chat in a
and
moment.
only Moloch now stands in our way.
Last person to type in Twitch chat. Oh dear.
Yeah, missed a few.
Last person.
It still happens these days, like in my country, a third world country, some people own the whole land of the village and people work there. They also give land to other people giving there, but in return some of them force certain actions from them, like during votes, etc. Oh, hang on, I should have been I'm sorry if that wasn't clear. When I said the class system largely doesn't exist anymore, I meant in Britain specifically. We went from a society, still just about within living memory, that was very, very classist, to one where class just really doesn't exist anymore. Like just a shadow of a remnant. But yeah, absolutely in other parts of the world it does. Like Elmag said, upper class doesn't care about judgment because they're the people in power, so people tend to keep good relations with them, I think. By the way, why is free school a thing? At least in the UK, I believe it was the Victorians again that brought that into being, and it was a charitable cause. They largely felt that an education was very important to people. Education was a way to elevate people, make sure they have a better life, and they felt like it was criminally wrong that all these working class children didn't have access to any sort of education, and in many cases couldn't read or write. And so they then brought in law. Well, they first of all obviously had to put up funds to make sure schools could be created in the first place and run. And then they put in laws in place that said, no, you know, children have to stay in school up to this age. I think it was 12 at first, and raised to 14, then 16. And I think within my lifetime it's been raised to 18. But yeah, and incidentally, I say that the state had to put up the money, but a lot of schools actually started before then, run by religious organisations. Very often a church would like set up a school for the local school children, and then that like set the groundwork for them saying, well, hang on a minute, why is it such a postcode lottery? Why is it that, you know, oh, if you happen to be born over here, the local church has a school and these children are getting educated but children elsewhere aren't? Right, well, we should be dealing with this at a state level. So that's how that happened, as I understand it.
A lot of older cultures, like pre-agriculture, or maybe not exactly pre-agriculture, but a lot of cultures had like a select group of wise people, for lack of a better term, that would handle a lot of the education, I believe. Don't ask me to name any specifics. I'm not good with names again. But in America, at least, the public school system, which is what I went through, was designed specifically to train kids to be factory workers, which that needs to go away.
Hold on, I'm just looking up the name of someone which is relevant to one of the points made in chat.
You're not wrong, Alexu. You are not wrong. But what I was saying earlier about Samael being kind of a special case, he does do things for himself. However, he has, throughout the entire series, had a vested interest in the Horsemen. In the first game, he is entirely an ally. Like, completely. He disappears after the arrangement ends, but he's helping war up until that point. The second, he doesn't appear at all in the third game. And in the second game, he does appear somewhat adversarial, but it's more like he's testing death. So I don't know exactly what Samael's deal is, but he, at the very least, doesn't want to make a genuine enemy of the Horsemen. Which is more than can be said for most of this universe. Vulgrim is in a similar boat, and I'm honestly more afraid of Vulgrim than Samael, because despite the fact that Vulgrim is very, very staunchly a non-combatant, he has had the, let's say, habit of getting himself into situations where he was actively able to use the Horsemen to his benefit, despite his non-combatant status. And some of the things he ends up with, information included, I really have to wonder how he got his hands on.
I found the thing I was looking for. Lady Caroline Lamb was an Anglo-Irish aristocrat married to William Lamb, later Lord Melbourne. She had a notorious affair with Lord Byron in 1812. She is the woman usually credited with describing Byron as mad, bad, and dangerous to know. Lady Caroline reportedly used a page boy disguise during her relationship with Byron, including to visit his apartments. So basically she dressed up, because a woman couldn't obviously, visit a man like that in those times, especially not a married woman. She was openly having an affair, and she would just dress up as a boy and turn up to pay him a visit. And to be clear, this was out in the open. No one was actually convinced that she was actually a boy. This was a form of gender fluidity. Perhaps with a particular purpose in mind, but still. So no, I don't agree with the point about can you call it gender fluid if it's deeply hidden? No, there were, people like her that would quite happily dress as the other sex and, in the company of people they knew and so on. If you were part of the aristocracy, you could get away with it. Short answer, poorly educated people are easily manipulated and misinformed, and that can actually make rich people many problems.
This definitely benefits you more than us.
You never did explain why he came for you, Samael. Do the lesser lords of hell always bigger so?
Lesser? Do not taunt me, puppet.
Oh dear.
I'll cut the strings you dance on, if only to crush you
Samael
when you
has
hit the
pride.
ground.
Yep. I was going to say
Like a
trouble
lot
in
of pride.
paradise, but I don't think this is exactly paradise.
Then kill him yourself.
Yeah.
You're mighty enough, aren't you?
Just trying to make sure that I don't have to turn my mic back off. Sorry.
That's okay. Oh, did the whole pest situation resolve itself?
Oh, funny story. So, we know of at least 5 groundhogs that were living in the yard. I'm pretty sure there's still some there, but one of them actually ends up in a trap.
Mm-hmm.
And then somehow, some way, managed to open the trap from the inside and get back out.
Oh, blimey.
Yeah. So, there's one groundhog that is apparently an escape artist.
Yeah.
And I have no idea if that one actually got caught again.
So not only is this a particularly intelligent groundhog, but they're the one that's going to be fathering or mothering the next generation. So in a year or two's time, you're going to be overrun with extremely intelligent groundhogs. They usually have the choice to continue their lives as staying poor or continue studies and reach middle or upper class. The choice is brought up by society, cultural, family, religious and personal factors. I should point out that class is not the same as wealth. That's why, for example, they... this goes back to the ideas of like in Victorian Britain you ending up with really rich middle class people. That's why they're not described as the upper class. Very often they would be wealthier than many of the aristocrats who were the upper class, but they weren't completely accepted into that society. And possibly, even though notionally they looked up to the aristocrats, to an extent they may not have wanted to because it was a different culture. Class and wealth are not the same thing.
He is invincible, Nilly, or he never could have moved me from my seat, and his army grows formidable.
Then what of it?
We must erode them from within, beginning with his considerable operation in the Red Waste, where his machines dig up materials of incredible potency.
Blimey. Materials of incredibly potent... sorry, let me try again. Materials of incredible potency, as alarming as it is ambiguous.
Admit it. You just want his army gutted so that once he's dead, nothing of his realm stands to threaten your ambitions.
Either way, mutual benefit. Go. Destroy everything you can, and while you're there, kill the foreman.
What's the foreman ever done to you?
The foreman? Any particular reason?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
He was important to my work once. It appears Moloch was able to sway him. For that, I'd like
Okay,
him
you're
dead.
vengeful as well.
It's not really a request, so much as a requirement.
A requirement or what? If we did everything but kill this foreman, what are you not going to do? What non-performance is going to be a problem for us? Also, incredibly petty.
Yeah, look, at this point, I'll agree to anything if it means ending this conversation. Too long. Must go kill things.
Well then. Oh, that's okay, Avon. Don't worry about it. Give me like 3 minutes. Oh, do you mean you don't want to do the game for 3 minutes? Or do you mean until you can talk? Because I've just clicked on an arena. To make a point about how class is not the same as wealth, I know when Prince William married Kate, there was a big deal being made of the fact that a royal was marrying a commoner, because notionally there was still I don't know if it was ever formal, but there was a rule that royalty had to marry other did it have to be royalty? Probably just nobility. I'd have to check that though. But yeah, and I believe that she was just from a... I've not researched this. I believe she was just from an ordinary family that was, you know, wealthy and well-connected. And so that... I don't, at that point, I don't think, honestly, anyone expected it to be a problem. But the point is, it hadn't happened before. Like, it had been a problem recently enough that that rule hadn't been broken yet. Oh, you need to step away. I can't tell. Am I playing with an NPC here?
I will need step away after this a little bit.
Oh, okay. So is that it for today, or do you mean step away and come back?
Step away and come back.
Okay.
Probably. I don't think it'll take longer than a couple minutes.
Oh, that's alright.
But I can probably only do like one more main story bullet before I should turn off the PS5.
Okay.
I honestly should probably be turning it off like right now, but I can do it.
Well, what would you prefer? I don't mind if you want to,
I'd prefer one.
Okay.
Return to the grave. Face judgment.
Just trying to get over with, stop being difficult, fallen hound.
Now I think about it, it must have been royalty or nobility, because Princess Diana wasn't a princess till she got married, was she? She was just a lady. She had a noble.
Genuinely never understood that.
Face judgment.
In what way?
Station dictating who you could or could not be with.
Yeah. It makes sense in some ways
It's
and not
so
others. Well, it made a lot more sense historically. Historically, you know, going back to, I don't know, well, I mean, it was still relevant during Victorian times, but it was a lot more relevant just before then. And, but you know, if you, from from medieval time through to like the Enlightenment, one of the main functions of marriage, if you were royal, was to help cement alliances between different countries. And that was a very useful function, and you can't deny that it did it. Like having the royal families intermarry with each other, so you know, like so the monarch of another country is, oh, that's my sister's husband. You know, that made a big difference, and it could seriously affect the prospects of the country. You know, what political ties they had and how strong to other countries. And so part of the issue is if you just said, okay, the king's fallen in love with this peasant
Part of
woman,
my
for
problem,
example.
Magnifico, with understanding this, is that I don't understand marriage in general.
Well, you can understand it as an institution. Generally speaking, if you're married to someone, at least from like the royal point of view, that means you're probably going to be living with the person, you're going to be having children with the person, which means the children potentially are going to be inheriting from both sides. The children are likely to be exposed to both cultures, at least to a degree. It's also an opportunity for the people that the couple know to have influence in a place where they didn't have it before. Like, if you happen to be best friends with the bride, well, now suddenly maybe you can suddenly in a position to speak privately with the King of England when you never would have had that opportunity before.
This just sounds like manipulation with more steps.
It's an institution. There was nothing deceptive about it. Everyone knew what the system was. And the general attitude was, hey, if you don't want that type of life, then no one's going to force you, but you don't get the benefits. Like, if you don't like the idea that you're going to be told to marry a certain person, fine, but then don't expect to be a prince or princess. Like, you can renounce it at any time if you want. But generally they didn't. But yeah, so the issue is, like, okay, sure, the king could marry some peasant woman in theory, but then isn't he doing his country a disservice? Because he could be marrying a French princess instead and helping to reduce the chance that there's going to be a war between Britain and France for the next, 40 years, however long.
Yeah, a country should be far more interested in internal affairs than external ones. I'm sorry.
Well, when there's a prospect of competing interests and going to war, that is kind of relevant. You don't want to get invaded.
Oh no, that is.
Oh, thank you for the redeem.
I do understand that, but at the same time, let's be real here. The fact that these people were going to war meant that either resources were low, or that there was some form of spite there that really, why were you starting stuff out of spite?
Not necessarily. There's all sorts of reasons it can happen. One very obvious one is ambition. Look at Napoleon. There was no reason for the Napoleonic Wars. Or no good reason. But also, for example, for historic reasons, sometimes there's been unfortunate history between peoples and the two cultures aren't able to navigate that. That's another reason it can happen.
Never
Still
really
happens.
understand what was so complicated about I leave you alone, you leave me alone. That seems like a very simple thing.
Well,
Not
I mean,
that
like,
people-
for example, it can happen.
No.
It can happen where, for example, you get a bunch of private individuals decide we're going to... We don't like our country anymore, we're going to move over to this country. Okay, no one stops them, they're allowed in. But then the local populace, after a while, end up concluding that this new group is causing problems. Whether they actually are or not is a different matter, but, they conclude that this other group isn't integrating well, potentially contributing towards behaviours that they don't consider good for society, and animosity can grow there. That can turn into violence. Then what happens when you find out that a bunch of people that are notionally your own group, at least culturally, have been massacred in another country? Do you just turn a blind eye? Well, they went over there. You know, that can create a lot of animosity. You know, that can create very long-lasting scars. You know, my sister went over to this country and then they just murdered her. Life gets complicated. I'm not trying to suggest that there's no blame on either side, but what I am suggesting is it's often not as simple as I leave you alone, you leave me alone. Very often things get very complicated, and often the people that suffer most weren't the ones that initiated the situation anyway.
Well, the ones that suffer most are always the ones at the bottom.
You made a mistake.
Alright, let's just get this over with so I can go figure out what it was. Talk about in the background. And then I'll be back.
Okay.
For one more board.
Fair enough. And then I'll be doing some Skyrim. We've been going a long time today.
Yeah, it's a... I'm not really supposed to have the PS5 on because of that scare, but at the same time, just because I've not had good points to use it, or to leave my streaming task gone over, and it's been fine. So it should be safe for one more board, and I'll just have to leave it off for like an hour after that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's get rid of you.
Avon's PS5 just got a second wind. It can survive 2 more hours now. Are you enjoying the Darksiders?
I don't think they'd be here still if they did not.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously, if you're not enjoying the content, don't stay somewhere that is not fun for you. The whole purpose of this is entertainment. And if it's not entertaining, then that defeats the purpose. Come on.
Perhaps the Darksiders isn't entertaining, but we are. Nah, it couldn't be that.
I've had situations like that, but I usually just learn at that point. I don't actively engage. Alright. And I think the thing that is making the rewards go up exponentially is the multiplier, because look at how it says 9 point something times multiplier. You have to be the one to bring us out of this.
Right.
And please, I'm gonna collect stuff real quick, or not. Never mind. And then.
Doesn't look like we've got access to any more.
Yeah, I'm gonna be right back. Sorry about this.
Okie dokie. Whew. So, it's just you and I now, chat. Some weather we're having. More history. Well, I mean, what would you like me to talk about? Assuming it's history I have any knowledge of. This is interesting. I'm just trying to think. I do find these bits awkward where I suddenly have to fill because I don't have anything prepared, and I do wonder if I don't know, is it worth like having a little routine I put together to like fill gaps? I've never done anything like that before, and even if I did, like surely once I'd done it once it would be old, and then I'd have to come up with something new next time. Whatever you like. What history have you, are you interested in? What history? Oh. Why were Victorians so famous? Well, it was largely Britain that was famous because Britain was a superpower at the time, though they weren't using the term superpower yet. That would have been around the height of the British Empire. I think technically it reached its height between the First and Second World War, but honestly it wasn't doing so well then, even though technically that's when it had the most land. The First World War cost Britain a lot in multiple ways, financially of course, but also that's where a lot of national identities were created. Before then they hadn't, quite a few nations hadn't had independent identities, like Australia for example, but fighting in the trenches resulted in them forming their own national identity. So even though technically the height would have been between the First and Second World War, I think Victorian Britain was probably when Britain was at its most powerful, at least compared to other nations at the time. So it's really not about Queen Victoria herself very much, it just happens to be that's when it happened. Also, I think it's a very interesting time. The way society was ordered differently to how it is today, and so structured. I think that's something that appeals to my autistic brain, the idea of a structured society and expectations being laid out very straightforwardly. You know, you meet somebody and if you fairly quickly ascertain their station relative to yours, and then that dictates, you know, the sort of greetings you give and the way you treat them and so on. Not that you'd necessarily treat anyone badly, but the way you would treat a superior would be different to how you would treat an inferior. And just like, I don't know, personal relationships today seem so much messier and hard to understand. Then again, I never actually lived during Victorian Britain, so I can't say whether it really would have suited me better. Certainly there are aspects of Victorian Britain that would have suited me very poorly. I don't think I would have, for multiple reasons, I don't think I would have I think I would have struggled in a lot of settings with the well, it's hard to say, isn't it? I was going to say with the autism, but it kind of like, I do think they were more accepting of more eccentric people back then, and I think having a closer, more of a community spirit and more camaraderie between people would have suited me very well. Law entry added to journal, interesting.
Alright, apologies for that. I had to... Well, I was trying to go talk with my dad, because he was the one that was making the phone call right next to me while I was in the stream.
Mm-hmm.
Which is really weird for him, because he doesn't normally do that. Like, I get that it was an important phone call, but right next to me? Really? And then, he decided that I was taking too long to get to the point where I could talk to him, so he just went upstairs, so I got the rundown of what was going on from my sister.
Okay.
Can't really complain about me taking too long when he's the one who interrupts.
It's complicated because a lot of stuff is behind the lines, and understanding that is not always straightforward. It may make sense if there are strong societal rules. Yes, exactly. If there are clear rules to be followed, it does make things a lot less complicated.
Confronting the war machine that fuels an entire demon army.
It's gonna be fun, right? Just when we were getting bored.
The horsemen are not to be trifled with.
Let's light them up.
Oh boy, this is gonna be an extensive board.
Oh, if it's too much, we can stop here.
Actually, yeah, let's stop here, because I just
Okay.
realized. Yeah, abandon mission.
Fair enough.
I was up, and then I realized what board.
We could do another arena if you wanted.
Okay, I'm fine with that. Like, this... It also... Moloch is the last of the demon lords.
Okay. Oh, we don't fight Lucifer.
Well, I don't... Yeah, I don't think we ever actually fight Lucifer. I think the Lucifer confrontation is exclusively cutscene. But... that means... It might actually be only 16 boards. I'll look up the exact number when we're done here, because I have actually played this before.
Okay.
So I'm not worried about spoilers. But if it is, then we might actually be finishing the game next week.
Okay. Well, presumably we would be.
If I'm right and it's only 16 boards, then we're finishing the game next week.
Yeah.
Have you had fun playing?
Yeah. I think it's been a lot more fun with you here, though. I'm not sure I'd have enjoyed it as much if it was just me.
This game specifically was designed for co-op.
I think if it was just me, it would tend to drag a bit, because a lot of it is just the same old sort of combat, and it's not like the combat itself is particularly strategically deep.
Yeah, that's fair. There are combos and stuff, but by and large, Darksiders 1 and Genesis are hack and slash.
Which ones did you say?
Darksiders 1 and Genesis are,
Right.
I believe, they're hack and slash.
So Darksiders ones are quite a lot like this then.
Yes, but also no. There's a little more depth to the War's combat style. Or, I say a little, but actually quite a bit more depth to the War's combat in the first game. They kind of had to simplify this for the combat. Kind of had to simplify the combat a little, just based on the style of the game. I think War had a total of like 4 wrath abilities in the original. I forget what it was. There was also a lot more backtracking because it was a connected world. It wasn't a level-based thing. So you kind of had to remember where you made stuff.
What is hack in this context? That would be using a melee weapon like a sword or an axe. That would be hacking, which is what War, the character Avon's playing, does.
When I say hack and slash in regards to a video game, I mean a game that is heavily combat focused but you don't have to put a ton of thought into the actual combat. You can just kind of spam it. Unless you're playing on apocalyptic, you're not likely to die much in the original Darksiders.
Interesting.
But if it's your first time playing the game, you probably should be playing apocalyptic anyway. Oh my.
Oh, that went poorly. Oh, how's it different from slash? Yeah, so, I mean, those two words, are similar, but with slightly different connotations. Slashing would generally mean like a fast, it sort of implies a sort of fast cut, like you might do with a like a sword or a knife. You would where you're just trying to like cut the skin or what have you, like it's a fast light movement, whereas hack implies more weight behind it and sounds cruder.
And slash cut.
What did you say for hack?
Dismemberment.
Not really, because I think you'd say you might hack with an axe, for example. I don't think it implies loss of limb or anything like that.
I meant for like the type of movement.
I think of hack as being more like you've embedded the tool or weapon inside whatever it is you're striking. Like it's a heavy hit, whereas slash is more of a faster, lighter thing, but more superficial.
I agree with the faster, lighter for slash, but hack I always saw of
And hack also
as
implies...
intent to tear apart.
I think...
Like if you're hacking down a door, you're not just cutting the door, you're literally intending to take it apart.
I mean, I think hack also sort of implies doing... Like, it's a it has negative connotations and sort of means permanently disfiguring something.
Yeah, they intend to take apart.
Well, not necessarily take apart. Like, okay, this is getting a bit dark. But if you said you'd hacked someone's face, that doesn't necessarily mean you've taken it apart, but it does imply that you've done a lot of permanent damage. If you were trying to do a very fine job...
I'm trying to simplify the explanation.
If you were trying to
That's
do...
not always going to be a perfect one-to-one when I'm trying to simplify the explanation. I know what you're getting at.
If you were trying to do something really delicate, like, say, cut some cloth, and then someone looked at it and said, oh, you've really hacked that. You've really hacked it. That would imply that you've done like a really rough job of it. Like you think of butchers hacking meat, for example.
Not really hacking. Although, have you ever actually been to a butcher shop? That is very precise.
That's the reputation they have, though. Like that's in the English language. Like if you've butchered something, that means you've not done like a really nice fine job like a plastic surgeon might do.
Yeah, I don't know how that even happens, because again, butchers are actually pretty...
Well, they are and they aren't. Like they have to know where all the joints are and know exactly where to apply the force, but then at that point they're just trying to like cut one thing apart from another. As long as they actually get that job done, they don't have to necessarily do a particularly pretty job of it. And yes, I have been into a butcher shop, although I would say that at least in Britain a lot of butchers don't actually do proper butchery anymore. They're almost like wholesalers of meat. They'll just... Traditionally they absolutely were butchers and they would have known the animals inside out and would have got whole carcasses in. Nowadays they're more likely to, you know, just like, as I say, be wholesalers of meat and just buy meat already pre-butchered and then just lay it out. Which I think is sad in a way, but, you know, skills being lost.
One of the ones that my mom goes to occasionally actually has their own bratwurst.
Isn't that a type of sausage?
It is. I think it's like the same general family as sausage and hot dog.
Well, the thing, hack is Kirkhammer and slash is the writer Palash. The thing is, hack does imply sharp. It's not blunt trauma, it's not like taking a mace to somebody, but it's more like the difference between like a great axe and a rapier, I suppose. Then again, you're more likely to stab with a rapier, aren't you? Although you can slash with them. So I suppose a great axe and like a short sword. Great axe would be hack, whereas short sword would be slash. You could say that real butchers still exist in factories that don't have the whole process automated. Well, I was going to say, I haven't checked into this, but I suspect a lot of butchery is probably done by automatically now. They probably have machines for it.
I'll have to ask my uncle because I've mentioned this before that my dad and uncle occasionally go hunting together. Deer hunting specifically.
Yep, and you were saying that you were hoping to come along.
Yeah, he takes apart the carcasses himself.
Yeah.
And also, I don't know if he actually did this himself, but at least last time, or he at least used to have some deer heads that I think he might have hunted himself.
Mhm. Why would you get a deer head that you didn't hunt yourself?
I don't know, but some people are really into the taxidermy aesthetics without wanting to hurt corpses.
I see.
I don't think my uncle's like that, though. I think the deer heads he had up on the wall were his own.
I see. Well, once he hunted. I'm not sure the deer themselves would appreciate being called his own.
I don't know. Deer are freaks.
Show me.
Nah, like deer can absolutely destroy property, for one thing. They choose violence relatively frequently, and they have no fear.
Your deer sound very different to ours. All the deer I know, I've seen, are rather cowardly. You know.
I've been back when,
Oh dear.
on the way home from something or another, taking the highway, and we've just seen deer grazing at the intersection.
Oh, well that's a bit different because after a long period of time they acclimatise to the road and realise that none of the cars are going to like suddenly swerve and try to hit them. Like they're not a predator.
Some of them were very clearly fawns.
Well then they would learn that from their parents. But the point, that's more learning to recognise what is and is not dangerous, which happens at a population level. I know, as I say about... Oh, sorry, I'm down again. When I've come across deer, as soon as they've become aware that there's a human being nearby, they've absolutely... they've run like their life depends on it. They don't like being around people. But I've also heard that if you that woodland workers, people that were like going into the woods to either manage wood or perhaps like do a bunch of carpentry up where the wood actually is, that sort of thing. Often when they've been there for like weeks, the animals will come to realise, oh no wait, they're not here for us, they don't care, they're not paying attention, I can get close. But yeah.
One story that I personally found absolutely hilarious about when my dad and uncle went hunting one time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to, did I get you?
Yeah. I don't know how, sorry.
They ran.
I just can't stay up, the damage is too high and I don't know how to avoid taking the damage.
The dash gives you iframes. One of the stories I find funny from that, or from when they went hunting, was the one time they ran into this one deer, and the deer knew that they had guns. The deer knew that they were hunting it.
Well, how would the deer know?
So it scared them down, and then dodged and weaved so that they couldn't get a clear shot, and lured them over to someone's house.
Interesting.
Like, I don't know if that was an outlier, but my uncle was annoyed, to say the least.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, that one deer just decided that it was going to take them on a wild goose chase and then go camp in someone's lawn so that they couldn't fire at it.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
Do not underestimate deer.
I think you have to stop the animals at some point. Yeah, but I wonder how much of that, like, actual butchery is done by a real human being and how much is automated now.
Hold up, what?
Everything alright?
I'm just looking at the list of arenas. Why is there a gap of 3 of them?
Yeah, I couldn't understand that either.
That is really weird.
Rowdy Raid!
Oh!
Thank you for the raid, Rowdy.
Hey, Rowdy!
Very, very kind of you. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Robert, and this is the El Magnifico Games channel. On this channel, we play old games and new games. We play games that require you to think and more actiony games. If you enjoy these cozy sort of streams, I'm usually live on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Mondays and Fridays from 6 o'clock UK time, and Wednesdays I do this collaboration with the ever so lovely Aben the Raven from 4. Currently I've got playthroughs of Darksiders Genesis on the go, which we're playing now, Skyrim, which we'll be playing later.
You're grown up or something. Fair enough, do what you have to.
And Alice the Madness Returns, which I'll be getting back to on Friday. Welcome in. It's a pleasure to meet you all. It's a pleasure to meet you, Inez Garcia. I hope you're having a good day. I'm still lurking, but Raiden Dash, I need to be grown up or something. Ah. I was going to ask how the stream went. You're continuing Dark Souls Remastered, weren't you? Yeah, how is everyone?
Actually, they might have gotten ads.
But
I know that sometimes the raid will trigger an ad.
oh, they shouldn't have. That's supposed to start in 36 seconds. Which, isn't so
Okay, that
brilliant.
must be my typical poor timing then. That's unfortunate.
I had to go backwards several times to get more purging stones. That was not...
I
that was
take
not
it
the
that
fun.
you rushed the basilisk.
Those basilisks are so annoying.
Yeah, the only reason to go down into the basilisk nest is to fight her or to need the Ring of Evil Eye. Or I suppose if you're doing a rando.
Oh, what, random bosses? You might get someone important in there. Like Sith.
Item randomizer specifically. Because, for instance, if you had literally everything randomized, you could wind up in a situation where the Lord Vessel is for some reason in the Basilisk Nest. I think most randomizers have it set up so the Lord Vessel location isn't randomized, but if you have random Lord Vessel location, you kind
Yeah.
of have to
I should consider doing a randomizer run. So many things to do. I know I should also do E33. And Halo. So I wound up acquiring 3 in total, 2 of which I have used. I'm equipped with 1 back at the depths bonfire. I did figure out how to get to Gaping Dragon without sliding down the rat waterfall. Oh, excellent. Wait, I think I remember the waterfall you're talking about now. It's been a long time since I've been there. To be fair, if you were randomizing everything, there might not be basilisks down there.
I think the most hilarious outcome I've seen from enemy randomizers specifically is that one time someone was doing a Dark Souls 3 randomizer, and Udex Gundyr ended up being a standard crystal lizard.
But did they have their normal health?
Oh, no. The problem was the fact that it was a crystal lizard.
Right.
Standard crystal lizard, meaning that it would despawn.
Yeah.
However, bosses aren't supposed to despawn, so if the crystal lizard got away and despawned, the person was soft blocked and had to restart the fight.
Yeah.
Which was really unfortunate for them, but really entertaining to watch.
So they had to just stay on top of Gundyr the entire time, basically.
I think that because of the fact that it actually spawned where Gundyr would have spawned, they had to re-randomize the entire, they had to do a whole new scene.
Ah. That's a shame.
Yeah, like, you wind up with soft blocks like that occasionally.
But that's right, is that right at the start of the game?
Literally right at the start of the game.
Yeah.
Udex Gundyr is the first boss.
So they were lucky in a way. It would have been much more annoying if they'd put 10 hours in or something only to find out the run was not viable.
Imagine you get all the way to Soul Cinder and Soul Cinder is a crystal lizard.
Yeah. So, do you mean to say that a crystal lizard was spawning in, or that Udex Gundyr was spawning in but they kept disappearing?
The crystal lizard itself is spawning in.
Oh, I still haven't read those facts,
Like,
have I?
it was an enemy randomizer, and bosses also got replaced with standard enemies sometimes. Like, they could be replaced, the bosses could be replaced with other bosses, or
Right.
with regular enemies. That just was the unfortunate luck of...
You made a mistake.
It's lovely to see you, Georgius, and I hope you're doing well, even...
Oh, hey, Georges!
Yeah. Sorry everyone, I have to leave. The Council of Bad Ideas has called an emergency session, and apparently I'm the only one qualified to make things worse.
Hope things go, less worse.
Yeah, how have you
Thanks for
been?
staying, Georges.
if you're still around. I know you said you were just going. Yeah. Are you still here, Magier Cabal? Because I never read you those facts, which I should have done. Oh, I'm fine. I don't know what I've ever used. I don't think I've ever used that routine to actually leave. Okay. You're still here. Fantastic. What if... probably after this arena, because I think this is the last one that we can do. Avon and I are going to wrap up, and then I'll do some solo Skyrim. I might do the fact reading then, so that Avon isn't having to keep the PlayStation on just for me to read out facts.
I'm actually thinking that after today, I'll stay in the Discord call just for a little bit.
Oh, okay. That'd be lovely.
Like I'll have to go on mute because I'm gonna get myself to eat.
Okay.
But after that, would you be alright if I tried, oh dear, 20 questions actually over the call this time?
Oh, that would make things a lot easier.
Alright, I'll try to think of something nice for, or well, my version of nice, not your version of nice.
Also known as nasty.
Hey, I can be a little racist, but I do try to make it stuff that you could reasonably guess.
You don't seem to you don't seem to have fully grasped how little of that game I've actually taken in though. How bad my memory is.
I mean, you got that in Chaos.
True, I've got one.
Ah!
Yeah, how's the... obviously you don't have to talk about this if you don't want to, but Georgius, I know I won't repeat all your business now, but I know you're going for a rather difficult time. Has there been any improvement to that situation? Have definite plans been put in place? Again, if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. Oh, you can repeat whatever you want. I just gave up. I do what I do. If I were living on my own and no more, I pay the kid across the street for lawn maintenance and do what I want.
I hope.
I don't know.
I just hope that whatever you end up doing, Georges, you don't end up regretting.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't sound like happy times to me, but I could be wrong.
Do whatever is truest to you and whatever you can see yourself, say 5 years from now, not regretting.
Well,
like 5 years
I
from
can't
now,
exactly
like,
go
yeah,
anywhere because I'm unable to drive, so getting to medical appointments would be a bit difficult. You were going to get that scan, weren't you? To do with the tumour. Is that still planned to take place? he's on the first.
I didn't realize
That's
you
good.
were. I didn't realize you were dead. Sorry.
No, that's alright. I'm bad at this game.
I'm not exactly good at it either.
You're a lot better than I am.
No.
I'm playing a character that really shouldn't be dying at this point. And yet I find a way.
Well, I just lost a health potion.
I see.
Just need to get one of you down.
I hope that scan goes well.
Brothers.
Yeah. Fair enough about that. What? What happened, Banu?
Will be your
Oh, I think they're cheesing you about not noticing when I was dead.
face.
Ah.
Judgment.
Well, I was kind of watching my own health bar.
Imagine that.
I swear I'm a lot better about watching other people's health bars when I'm playing football. That's sad.
Is your back sore
I can't do anything about this.
after all that carrying? Georgius.
Mother, forgive me.
Well, it'll be all our problems too. If things don't go well.
A small retribution.
I can't summon you, Georgius. I'll refund you at an appropriate moment. Although actually now I think... Hang on. Never mind. I was about to say, now I think about it, I could do it now, but now I can't. So I was waiting to respawn.
There we go.
Thank you for the carry, Avon.
You are welcome. I happened to notice that I got my ultimate back.
Still can't...
I don't know what happened there. I think you outright have to unlock the final one in order to do the in order to get the 65,000.
Right.
That one is literally endless.
Okay. Thank you. I could really use some bangers and mash. Well, I mean, is that a possibility? It's a fairly easy dish to prepare. If you get the right sort of beer, you can make a really nice gravy as well to go with the sausages.
Beer.
Yeah. It needs to be the...
flour, water, and juice.
It depends. You can add all sorts of things. Like wine often goes into gravy, for example, and beer can as well. But it needs to be the right type. You wouldn't want to use like a bitter; it would just ruin it.
You want it? I've got it. Maybe.
Or a lager.
Give a girl some
That
credit.
wouldn't work.
You know how hard it is to sneak this stuff past Volgrim?
I'm just checking the
Slow
shops real
down
quick.
now.
I think I might actually be out of stuff to buy.
Depending on what I'm using the gravy on, you can use tons of stuff. Yeah. So like the simplest gravy you can make would be just like stock, which is animal juice essentially, mixed with a roux. So you'd cook some flour and fat together, and then you use that to thicken the gravy. But you can add all sorts of things to make gravies of different flavors. But yeah, one thing you can do is you can like
Let's deal.
cook some sausages and then make a gravy with some beer, have those together, and then obviously have that with the mashed potato, and that can be possibly with, like cheese on top, and that can be amazing.
Coin. Both, I heard.
And I'm out of boatman coins actually, but that is actually crazy. I'm down to only being able to buy
Many
coins
great
now.
things for so few souls.
Red wine stands up to beef and lamb fairly well. Lager works well for sausage too. Oh, do you use lager? I didn't think lager would work very well. Wouldn't wouldn't it just get lost?
Many great things for so few
What's
souls.
lager?
What's what now? Oh, lager. It's a type of beer. It's not very strongly flavoured. It's sort of...
Yes.
I'm probably going to upset some people when I say this, but it's basically beer for the masses. It's like... It doesn't have much of an aftertaste or something, but it's very easy to drink lots of it. Yes. It's American water beer. We have a lot of it over here as well. Yeah, Budweiser, exactly.
Again, never had beer. Just generally never had beer. Anyway, that is going to do it for me for today.
Okie
If you're
dokie.
interested in anything I have done up until this point, you can check out my YouTube channel. I try to upload stuff same day, emphasis on try, and I group my runs by playlists so they're easier to find. If you're interested in seeing my announcements, I post them to my stories here on Twitch, to YouTube, and currently also to Instagram. If you would like to see my clips in an easier fashion, I post them to YouTube, currently to TikTok, and currently to Instagram. Links to all of that are in the chat now. So if you don't want to check any of that out, that is entirely on you, and I do not blame you.
It'd be the equivalent of what? Sorry. I'll be quiet. I said sorry, I'll be quiet. I was about to read out chat.
I was talking about the Alpax there. I have no idea what part of that he was saying before. Anyway, if you've made it this far and are curious to see where I go from here, why not drop a follow? It takes but one button press, and you can always change your mind if you decide my content isn't for you. And of course, if you would like to see this from Magnifico's perspective, or just see anything he's done up until this point, well then check him out.
Hello!
No stream tomorrow. Friday, I'll be back to the Night Witch. We're going to be fighting Robin. I have no idea how long that's going to take. She is very telegraphed, but at the same time very tough. And then Monday and Tuesday, we will be back to Elden Ring. The only two Remembrance bosses I have left that I actually intend to potentially tackle are Midra and Vale. I am leaving Rykard and Melania alone with Catchflame only for one reason and one reason alone. They would be boring. Those would both be mostly waiting around, and as a result, I just don't feel comfortable having people sit while I stare at a boss doing nothing except circling one another. That gets old after a while. So I'll still intend to tackle Midra and Vale, but Rykard and Melania are getting left alone because I think they'd be boring too much. And then we'll be back to this run and possibly finishing the game on Wednesday. Do you have anything to add, Magnifico?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I'll be doing Skyrim now.
I just hit a very wrong button. Anyway, we're gonna raid into Magnifico, so stay tuned if you were interested in
Yes.
Skyrim.
Guinness. That's the sort of thing that you want. For gravy. Sorry, I'm not just randomly recommending people enjoy an alcoholic beverage at the end of your stream.
Fair enough. That said, happy time zones, everyone. And I hope you all have an excellent day. Just give me a second and I'll send them all over. There we go.
Thank you for the raid! Let me change the view. Studio mode. Yeah, it's not capturing the game yet.
I'm just gonna make my room.
Transition. Wonderful. And I will quickly... Hold on. I'm going to close the PlayStation now. Yeah, this swapping... the whole time Avon was talking, I was like doing stuff to get ready for the handover, and I still didn't get everything done in time. Power
Sorry,
options.
I'm not long-winded enough.
Oh no, that's fine. just, you know, again, the more complex the stream becomes, the more I actually have to do.
Anyway, I'm gonna go, or I'm gonna mute myself for a bit, get something to eat, even if it's just a snack, and then I'll be back and I'll redeem 20 questions.
Oh wow, it's got a lot quieter in here now the PlayStation's off. Okie dokie. I think I've done everything. Have I updated the stream information? Yes. Wonderful, 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 wonderful. What was I thinking? So, normally I'd do the... Wait, why is the game... Has the game hung? The game's not responding. I know why that's happened. It's because the controller's plugged in.